Oh, okay, now it's working. It just stopped working randomly. I don't know why. Okay, I have no clue. I wasn't even muted. I wasn't muted. The microphone was on. I thought it was working, but it just didn't register. I was talking to you how, Powell, the guy in charge of the Treasury, how Trump sort of keeps shitting on him because he's supposedly so bad. He's supposedly the most incompetent guy in the room, but Trump seems to have forgotten that he chose him. And this video shows why, okay? Well, it doesn't show why. It just shows that he forgot him. It just shows that Trump has dementia now. So I just said that we're going to start this stream with some comedy hour. We're going to watch some comedy. Then we're going to watch some sloppy warm-up material. And then we're going to get into politics, which is going to be Moldova. You know that little place in Europe, country called Moldova, that's very afraid of Russia. Well, it seems like rather than be threatened by Russia, Moldova might want to reunite with Romania. That would be a pretty big change on the map now, wouldn't it? I sincerely hope that everybody that watches this stream knows where both Romania and Moldova are on the map. So we might see a little bit of a shakeup in the atlases. We might see a little bit of a big change when it comes to Moldova. And of course, there's Transnistria, which is de facto taken over by Russia. It's supposedly an independent region, but we all know what that means when Russia is involved. We've got this experience with Donetsk and Luhansk. So apparently a lot of people in Moldova speak Romanian. So we're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about how Trump threatened the prime minister of Greenland because he said that he chooses to remain with Denmark. And Trump says, well, that's going to be really bad for him. I don't know who he is, but it's going to end really bad for him. I think I've even got a little bit of a thing up here. Where is it? There you go. We choose Denmark over the US. That's a thing, which Trump does not exactly accept. And then we've got Trump possibly preparing himself to enter another country, which actually does not narrow it down in the slightest because Trump has been preparing to enter many countries. Among them are Iran, okay, as well as possibly maybe Mexico. So that's exciting, isn't it? Isn't that exciting? We might see Mexico invaded. Huh? Are you happy? Are you happy now that you voted Trump? Are you proud of yourselves? You voted Trump and those are the consequences. And what else do we have actually? Oh yeah, and the former minister of, because of course I'm a Polish streamer, so I have to do a mandatory Polish bit. So Minister of Justice, former Minister of Justice, Kamala had a weird laugh. What? What does that have to do with anything? Oh, that's why you voted Trump. Okay, I see. My God. Former Minister of Justice of Poland, who apparently was in charge of a criminal organization and embezzled funds, found refuge in Hungary. So, speaking of corruption in our part of the world, everybody's focused always on Ukrainian corruption, but I'm going to prove to you that Poland will not lose, okay? We've had a Minister of Justice that has been embezzling funds and creating criminalized organizations to do it through, okay? And now that the new government is in charge, he's being prosecuted for it. And he fled to Hungary and has received political asylum because that is what Hungary does, I guess. It just gives political asylums to criminals now, while criticizing Ukraine for corruption, mind you, because Ukraine is the bad warmongering country and Europe is bad, but Hungary is the good country that gives political asylums to criminals that steal a lot of money from the government. So that's one topic that we have on the docket today. Is there anything else? Anything else that I've got for you today? Oh, and Iran, of course. Maybe we're gonna talk about Iran. Hello, Greater Ain't. So those are the things that I've got for you today. Happy? Are you happy for any of these topics? Are you excited for any of this or no? Where's the excitement? Where's the hype? I don't see the hype. The hype train, as they call it on Twitch. Which I actually got the Twitch chat somewhere around here. I thought I had Twitch chat somewhere around here. Do I have Twitch chat? Yeah, I do. Hold on. Oh, God. Where's the chat? Oh, chat. What? What? There you go. Yes, I should throw away all my plans for the politics today and I should just start playing Valheim. Thank you. Thank you for the suggestion. My goodness. I give you a powerful blueprint of what we're gonna do today and you're just, let's just forget about all that and play a survival game. I am so disappointed. I am very disappointed, Greater, that you would say that. And I'd be like, Lucy, I'm so excited for today's politics. I'm so excited for all the topics that you've prepared for today because you're the best. No, none of that, huh? None of that. I don't know. Engagement. None of that support from my audience. I'm really sad about it. But that's not true. I'm not really sad. The Croissant says, Lucy has to talk about the collapse of the world order to an audience of nobody instead of playing Valheim to an audience of still no one because they're all in a game with her. True. True and real. Listen, at least people watch the VODs. Sometimes. I don't know what happened to this mangled thing. Does you remember what you said? I did say. Wait, what did I say? Did I lie about something again? What did I say? I did not promise to play Valheim today, okay? I did not say that, okay? I never said that. I never made that promise. If that's what you're gonna say. Of course. I am. I even have it on my Discord. Lucy not remembering her promise again. I did not promise that. Okay? Okay, let's watch the comedy hour. Look at this. Wait, why do I have 2 curries? Look at this, okay? Trump criticizing Powell and saying that he doesn't know why Biden put him in. That's gonna be our starter. That's gonna be our mood setter for the entire stream. This is gonna be the vibe for tonight. Watch. Watch as this unfolds. Muted. What a start. Okay, now watch as this unfolds, okay? Now watch.
Buckle up and enjoy the ride.
He's a terrible Fed chair. I was surprised he was appointed. I was surprised, frankly, that Biden put him in.
Yeah, why did Joe Biden put Jerome Powell in? Let's go back to when Joe Biden appointed Jerome Powell and see what Joe Biden said about him.
It is my pleasure and my honor to announce my nomination of Jerome Powell to be the next chairman of the Federal Reserve. He's strong, he's committed, he's smart.
Damn. Man, Joe Biden looked fat as shit.
Well, that's the start, okay? That's the start of our little stream tonight. Everything that everybody does is going to be on Biden now. Even all the fuck-ups by Trump are going to be like just Joe Biden's fuck-ups now. This is the new reality that we live in. Whatever good that has been done in the past is going to be because of Trump, or thanks to Trump rather, and everything that's going to be done that's good, that's going to be because of Biden. Okay, even if Trump did it, it's going to be Biden. That's how it always was. Was it always like that? Did Trump always blatantly said that Biden did what he did? If Operation Warp Speed was a super failure, then would Trump have blamed Biden for it? Operation Warp Speed, such a horrible thing, the vaccines, I never would have allowed it if I were president. Would that have been a thing? Would Trump have complained about Joe Biden vaccinating people? Wait, hold on. Chud Logic is debating something? That's how it's always been. Maybe. Maybe that is, I don't know. I feel like this is very, very, very blatant. Okay? I feel like this is a little bit too blatant for my blood. What? Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna save this. The ice mirror probably. Oh, we could talk about that a little bit as well. Why not? Why not talk about ice? That seems to be your favorite topic. That seems to be what everybody thinks about nowadays, ice. Everybody used to ignore ice. You all used to praise ice. You used to say, I voted for Trump because of ice, okay? That was my one vote. Actually, there are people that defended the ice thing. I think Chud Logic was among them. Who is this?
Okay, don't bring me up.
Being entertaining, you fucking rats.
Yeah. True. You're being performative. It's a fucking live stream, dipshit. It's a fucking live
Okay,
stream.
enough. I've had enough. Oh my god. Just a few seconds. And I've already have enough, okay? I cannot take anymore. I'm sorry. I tried, okay? I tried to do this. What is this?
Tell you what, guys, conservatives, y'all watching, stop fucking using the IQ argument. You make us look bad. That's not the argument you need to be using. I don't give two fucks about the side. That was
the contention isn't that there's not fraud. It's that A, the reporting on it has been itself fraudulent and lies, and B, that the kind of narratives are damaging, not true, or outright slanderous at times.
No way.
Okay. So
No way 561 people are watching Pisco.
Somali fraud.
The ex-DGG guy. No way. How is that happening? How is that happening on my watch? What a disappointment. I'm so disappointed in the world. I think Pisco is supposed to debate Chad on ice. Pisco is going to debate Chad Logic on ice? No way. Really? Is that actually happening? Chad Logic is going to debate someone on politics without needing to result to transphobia or something? That doesn't seem very probable. Whew. US live. Democrats go nuclear over Trump's autocracy after dead ice killing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Who is Aiden? Queeman. $500 people are watching Queeman. Queeman has such a big audience. Queeman has as much big of an audience as Chad Logic. Now I know I live in a dystopian timeline. Now I know things are not okay. Sneeko. This is crazy. Nick Fuentes attacks me? Oh boy. Commentary orbiter. Who? Queeman or which guy? Xanderhall is live, living the life and playing the what's it called? Hightail, the Minecraft knockout. The Minecraft knockout. You know, the Minecraft wannabe game. That's right. That game. Adien. Oh. Aiden. I have no clue who that is. Adam and Sitch. Knockoff. Yeah, that's right. Greater Ain't. That's right. Knockup. That's right, Greater Ain't. The Knockup show. What? Am I supposed to remember all the words in the world? What do you expect from me? I don't know. It feels like you're just trying to attack me over nothing. It's President Sunday live. Oh, let's see what President Sunday is up to.
CBS News reported on Friday that career prosecutors in the section had offered to drop all of their work.
Oh, talking about ICE.
But they were told there would be no criminal.
The new trendy topic.
The ICE officer who shot and killed Good.
So I started murdering U.S. citizens. Big deal. Okay? Trump is making America great again. And all you people do is complain. Okay? I don't know what to tell you. You should buckle up more and, you know, and realize that it's all in the name of making America great again. Minecraft knockup, you've been down the YouTube Kids Shorts rabbit hole too. What? I'm sorry, what did you just say? What? No limit. Congress is trying to stop Trump. No way. It's not gonna stop. All right, Lucy, too pure for that. Exactly. And the purest one there is, and you cannot, you know, yeah, I cannot deny that. Okay. Everybody's such a downer. Oh, Asmongold once again doing something stupid. Once again, Asmongold is doing something silly. Oh, also quick quiz. Do you think President Sunday is gonna raid me today? Do you think I'm gonna receive a raid for President? Ooh, look! Oh my god, that's exciting. Well, look. My video is my recommended. Look, it's in my new channel video is recommended on my YouTube page. Isn't that exciting? Look, the new channel. It has 228 views from 5 days ago. I have to start working on a new project now. It's time. I released a new short today. It also has some material that's not in the full thing. It has 68 views, so more than but it's still on the channel only has 19 subscribers. So that's a little bit sad. But look, that's a reassuring sight. That's pretty good, isn't it? Wouldn't you say? Nobody's excited for the fact that the video is being recommended on YouTube's top page. The girl from Bakhmut. Nobody's excited for that, it seems. I thought you'd be a little bit excited. Your YouTube page, yeah. My Lucy has a main thing page, not my new channel page, okay? That means that it gets to people, okay? Oh, my own stream is recommended on my page. I'm recommended to myself. That's pretty cool. Wow, Greater Rain is trying to get Dr. Jones not to watch the stream. Thank you. Thank you, Greater Rain. You're a good friend. You're a good friend trying to get my viewers. Hey, Dr. Jones, wanna not watch this stream? Dr. Jones, wanna not watch this stream? In my chat, no less. Dr. Jones, wanna quit this place and do something else? Wow. Thanks. Thanks, Greater Rain, for your endless support. Exactly. Wanna bust out of this popsicle stand? We'll make our own stream with blackjack and hookers. Wow. Okay. All right, let's talk about some stuff. Oh, well, I cannot. There's only 4 people. I have to do slop before that. Was there like a start? Let's watch a debate, okay? That's gonna be the perfect slop. Especially since Dr. Jones and Greater Rain want to abandon me. Maga gets upset at leftists for having facts. Just like Asmongold.
Sam in Tennessee. Sam in Tennessee. How old are you, Sam?
34.
34. And Sam, when the chat refers to you, would you like them to refer to you as a he, a she, a they, or something?
Jesus never reached 34. And since Jesus couldn't, nobody should. Should be forbidden to live past 33.
Something else.
They can refer to me with the voice I have, which is a man's voice.
Sam, to tell you the truth, you actually sound like a woman with a deep voice to me. So that's a wild thing to claim. You literally on the phone sound like a deep voice woman. Yeah. So a he is what you would say. And this, and by the way, that wasn't meant to be an insult. That's just meant to be why we do it. So thank you.
Yes,
You did ultimately say he.
No. Yes, it was. But it's fine. I'm okay
You
with
did
it.
ultimately say he. Everybody survived. They will use he. So
I'm all right
let's
with
see.
you insulting me. I'm a bigger man
I'm
than
not.
that.
Excuse me. Wait. When did I insult you?
By trying to claim that I sound like a deep-throated woman. That was
I said a
quite the
deep
remark.
voiced
I
woman.
applaud
Why
you.
would that be an
It's good.
insult? There are people who tell me that I sound, because I have a bit of a femininity to my voice, that they can't tell for sure I'm a guy or whether or not I'm a woman with emphysema. Why would that be an insult?
I apologize. People tell you that, man.
I don't care. It doesn't bug me at all.
That's not.
Why do you think?
Nor does
Why
it
do you
bug me
find
that you
woman
find
to
it
be an
insult.
insult, Sam?
I don't. I love
Because
my,
women are lesser creatures of the swamp.
I love my daughter. And I love my
Okay,
mother.
so wouldn't
I
you
love
say
my
then
three sisters.
if you're sensitive?
What the hell is with the audio? Okay, I can understand the callers' audio being crap, but why don't they have high production value or something? Like what the hell is with their audio? What is it? Crackle buckle.
Accidentally being called a
They're
woman.
rich streamers with super light. They're like 68,000 subscribers. Come on. Like fix your audio.
Shouldn't you thank us for putting something in the middle to try and assure no one accidentally calls you a woman by asking you what are your
before you
pronouns?
continue,
Huh?
Before you continue, you made the implication I was insulted. I was not. I said it's fine.
Okay.
I've showed no remorse
Except
that
for-
I'm insulted by it.
I like
No
that.
imply that I'm insulted.
Okay, the clicking comes from the caller, I guess. I have no clue what they're doing.
I like that. First of all, Sam, fix your phone situation because you sound like you have put your phone in your throat. Second of all, I like that it was okay for you to suggest that I was trying to insult you, thereby reading my mind. And for me to say, oh, he must think I tried to insult him because he feels insulted. That was the crazy thing. The inference that makes like logical sense. That was crazy. But you know what you did. Anyway, Sam, you would like people to know that you are a man and that you go by he, him. And luckily we have cleared that up for everybody. So you're welcome. Now, Sam, what is
No, I
your
don't care.
great? What is your
I
contention
don't
with
care.
our positions?
Well, my contention was, and thank you for drawing it back to that.
We sound so muffled all of a sudden. Like he was like, what? You know, he's like he's being, I don't know, someone's suffocating him with a pillow.
Can you
Was
fix your mic? Why are
y'all
we still in
said
your
Trump.
throat? What is this? What is this audio? What are we talking to you
Is
on?
this
It's
better?
almost like that,
No,
basically.
it sounds
this
like
better?
shit, dude. No.
Can you make out
What
what
are
I'm saying?
You sound muffled as
barely.
fuck, and we're doing a show that goes out in
barely.
audio only form. So we also would like some kind of decent quality. What are we
Yeah.
on? Your phone? What are we
I
on?
apologize.
What is this?
Just hold on 1 second, please.
What is
Is this
going
better?
on?
This is better. Thank you.
Oh my god.
Yes, sir. No problem. I do apologize that my voice was whatever the issue was. I'm glad we could fix it.
Tell you the truth, you sound more like a man now too.
Well, okay.
Now, what is your contention with
You
our
asked me.
positions?
Uh-huh.
You said Trump is ruining America. My question is, how?
Where to begin? He is destroying small businesses with
If
his
you could
stupid
name
tariff
3
scheme.
things.
Oh, okay. I was
Okay.
getting started. Would
Even
you
though
like
he
me to
brought
continue?
in,
Uh-huh.
well, but can we address that one real quick?
Well, would you like your 3
May I
things, or do you
address
want to
that
just
one
start
real
with the one thing? Sounds like you're trying to set the
Well,
rules
you kind
here.
of
Which
jumped
one would you
ahead
like?
of me, but that's fine.
Okay,
No,
would you
no,
like
that's fine.
3 or just 1?
It's 3 things. 3
Great.
things, please.
Okay, so the first thing was his tariff scheme has twofold. One, put a ton of small businesses out of business.
I've been taking audio lessons from Lucy. What's your problem, Dr. Jones? My audio is good. What's wrong with my audio? My audio quality is good. What is wrong with my audio quality? Please tell me.
Because only rich companies can afford to survive during this period of time, and 2 has actually ruined our. But this is just under. I'm going to count my 2 things as only 1, and ultimately give you 4. His tariff thing has also destroyed our relationships. He's in fact amended his tariffs with China so far 17 times this year, and as a result, they are replacing China and other countries are replacing their relationships with us with others. So while we're like, yeah,
When you're not muted, I was not muted. Okay, the microphone was on. It just did not register. Okay, it was on. Oh, how can you be? It was on. I swear to God.
we're getting more out of tariffs, out of imports. Businesses are also going out of business because their exports have been reduced. I believe it's by more than half. They have no one to sell it to, meaning that we now have a tax burden to bail out the farmers, which we also can't pay for because he exploded the debt by giving rich people a tax break that we can't afford. So actually, that was three things that I'll still only count to two as one. Two,
You count. If you don't mind,
I'm counting
I'll
those
count
three
those
things as just one, and I'm going to go.
See, he's the person listing all the things that you voted for Trump on. So you're lucky. We can do a little bit of a thing, a bingo thing, you know?
To
and
be
now I'm going to
fair,
give you
do
two
you
more.
mind if I?
Cut in.
Or do you mind if I break
technically
those
were
down?
all under the category of tariffs. Now, if we want to continue on, we can go with economic
if we want to
policy.
be
We can go with
technical,
diplomacy.
you gave me
we could go with
three
how he's
things
making
on
the
one
country more comfortable for pedophiles to live in.
What?
But yeah, if you want to start with the
I'm
tariffs,
sorry.
go for it.
Making the country more comfortable for pedophiles to live in?
Well, I'll address your very last one and work my way backwards. You said he's making pedophiles more comfortable to live in America, and yet he's deporting Muslims left and right. And they're the biggest pedophiles and crime rate-driven individuals that we've let into this country.
Excellent, Sam. Now present your data that proves what you just said.
Islamophobic?
Sam, now present your data that proves what you just said.
Data?
Britain,
Data?
more Islams.
Data, the Star Trek character?
Crime rate skyrocketed almost 400%.
What is
Ireland is
let
now
in more Islams?
What?
We're meant to
Islamic?
believe that you're a serious interlocutor, and yet you called them Islams. I think the word you're looking for is Muslims. Now,
For Islams?
skyrocketed almost 400%.
what is
Ireland is
let
now.
in more Islams? Sam, now present your data that
Take that
proves
as
what you just said.
Islamophobic?
Sam, now present your data that proves what you just said.
Let the Islams in.
Britain let in more Islams. Crime rate
For Islams?
skyrocketed almost 400%.
What is
Ireland is
let
now.
in more Islams?
What?
We're meant to
Islamic?
believe that you're a serious interlocutor, and yet you called them Islams. I think the word you're looking for is Muslims. Now, give us
I'm entertained. Letting in some of those Islams.
the data
Islamics?
that Donald Trump
Islamic.
deporting
Islamics.
Muslims is reducing the occurrence of pedophilia in
Islamic.
America.
Okay.
Great,
Britain,
where's that data?
Ireland, Scotland, France.
Those aren't data points. Those are
Since
the
they've
names of
let all
countries.
them people in,
Those aren't data
since
points. Those are the
they've
name of
let those
countries.
people in, since they've let those people in, their crime rate, rape rate, pedophilia, everything has skyrocketed. America, since we've let those people in, our crime rate in the states, in the cities, we have let them come in, has skyrocketed.
And where is that data? Since you still don't know what I asked you, where is that data?
I just pointed you to.
No,
Since
none
they've
of that
let
is
those
data.
people
Those
into
are
several
assertions.
nations, several states.
Oh my
Those
God.
are
If you're going to
assertions. They are
object
not
to something,
data.
no.
These are your fellow Trump voters, okay? These are the people that voted for Trump alongside you. Okay, these are your bedfellows. Are you proud? Are you proud of people like this that voted just as you have? You proud?
So what's the number? What's the number then? Since
Data
you know
would
what
say this.
data
Hold
is.
on. Here's what
Data
data
would say
would say.
what?
If I allow
What
you
data?
in my house and you're the only anomaly in my house
Uh-huh.
and things keep coming up missing,
Yeah.
you're the problem.
Okay, great. So
Right? That's what the data
Great.
would say.
great. So now
What?
where is the data? Because that you don't understand how data is. That child sex abuse in the US has skyrocketed
explained
since
it to
letting
you.
more no. Data would mean the numbers brought
The
that have been
Somali individuals, the Somalis that have been let into
Uh-huh.
America have led to $9 billion being stolen. The
Oh, so we're getting off the
individuals
pedophiles
who have
thing.
come into America over...
Wait,
No,
Sam. Sam, hang on,
I'm
Sam,
getting...
hang on. You're trying to gish gallop because you've lost. Sam, we are not getting off
You've
of
lost this debate, Gish Gallop boy.
your assertion that Donald Trump is reducing pedophilia by deporting Muslims until you either admit that you cannot prove that that is true or give us the data that proves that under Donald Trump, pedophilia, sexual child abuse has gone down and that is directly tied to deporting Muslims.
See, here's the thing. Since we've allowed people to come into this country illegally, that has gone up.
Nope.
So the data shows the more illegals we let into this country, crime
Incorrect.
goes up.
Incorrect.
And that's
Everything you
according
just
to the
said, the
FBI,
opposite is true.
CIA.
Uh-huh.
Really.
Great,
Go
give me
ahead
those-
and on
give me those
your
sources then.
channel, pull it up, and
Pull
you
up
tell
what?
your
I can't
entire
pull
audience.
up your false information. You need to tell me where these articles
Pull
are.
it
where
up.
Pull
this
up the
data is.
FBI stats. You can pull up the CIA
Great,
stats.
what's the
you
name
can
of
pull
the
up
study?
all the American stats. You can pull up the
What's
British
the name
stats.
of the
You
study
can
or
pull up the
article
Scotch
where
stats.
the FBI has presented what you just described? Because right now, I can go to the
government
NIH
website,
I can go to the NIH
FBI.gov.
website, which actually shows that we are down in child sex abuse since 1990, that these numbers have been going down.
Which is amazing that you're pulling up one study, and
I'm
yet
sorry,
our
you
population
haven't given me
has
an alternative study to
skyrocketed.
pull up because you are making
I did.
these
I
things
said pull up FBI.
Nope. Pulling up
I said pull up
FBI
the
is not
FBI
the
study.
name of a study.
Pull
Can
out that video.
can I pull
Yeah.
up
Go for it.
here?
Go ahead, Javon.
Hey,
That is
you
a
know
study. That is a Federal
hey,
Bureau
hey,
study.
Hey,
So
here's
he
what the
doesn't
Fed.
know
Hey
what
Sam.
he's
Hey Sam.
saying.
Here's what the Federal Bureau of Investigation says about sex crimes. 57.5% of all sex crimes are committed by white people. That's the highest number.
Sure, it's white Muslims, right?
And I'm not disagreeing with that. Hold on. I'm not disagreeing with that. You're going to argue with me to fight something. Just because white people commit the crime, does that mean illegal white people or legal white people?
You said Muslims. And you said that the stats
Look up
would
year
say...
to date, and then watch as more illegals come in.
We're
and
not
the
going to do your
studies
Googling
show,
for you.
Crime is on the decline, so I don't know what
It's
you're
not.
talking about.
I've already done it.
Crime is on the decline, so that's a really dumb thing to say. Year to date, crime is dropping. And
Really?
it has been
So
steadily
you're
since
telling
the 90s.
me that during 2020
Yes.
election, whenever they were burning down buildings and not arresting people, that was crime going down. You're telling me that
Correct.
during
Correct.
all of these protests where people are being
Yep. Crime
assaulted,
crime has been
was going
steadily-
down
crime
because
has
it
been
wasn't being
steadily
reported.
Yes,
The more
Sam,
you
Correct.
Democrats
Sam,
don't
holy
report
shit, Sam,
crime,
We're not
Sam,
Democrats.
Sam, shut the fuck, please shut up for 5 seconds. Crime has, you can look at the FBI numbers. Crime has
Oh,
steadily
boy.
been decreasing since the 90s with a spike during COVID because there's
That's not
always
true.
a spike in crime during stressful financial moments in the country. But other than that, crime has steadily been on the decline. You don't know what you're talking about.
It's because of
Right.
those
You want me to give you
Harvard Muslims.
Get
I
this,
saw-
because how did $9 billion get stolen?
$9 billion
How
didn't
did
get stolen.
$9 billion
didn't
get stolen, bro?
What you're quoting, here we go. Because I
then-
actually researched this shit and you don't. The $9 billion number comes because the assistant U.S. attorney said that there's a risk of Medicaid funding programs in Minnesota.
No,
that
child
sends
care, bro. You're looking at the wrong fucking thing anyways.
No, you have the wrong thing. The $9 billion number is a quote from the U.S. attorney, the assistant U.S. attorney, about a Medicaid fraud that could have been happening since 2018. But he has said, we don't know the actual number. He's just estimating. and that most likely it comes from billing issues. You don't know what you're talking about.
So you're denying that the people who showed up to those buildings are lying or not lying?
No,
You're
I'm
saying
not
What?
denying.
What?
No, hold on. I'm not denying that there is fraud in.
I'm letting you answer.
No shit, I'm trying to talk. Stop talking. I don't deny that there is fraud in childcare in Minnesota because Minnesota has been investigating and indicting people on this since 2022. 95 people have been indicted since 2022. They're currently cracking down on it and have been. So no, I don't deny it because Minnesota doesn't deny it because they've been working
Okay, that's
on
enough. That's enough of the debate. Let's... Wait, what? Oh. Well. These people are demonic. I don't believe in vaccines. Trump fan denies science and claims miracle cures. I guess we can watch some bit of this.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Why would I vote?
This is our warm-up time. This is our more warm-up period. We wait for people to gather.
Kamala Harris. Why would you vote for her?
He had a
Kamala,
funny
because
voice.
she's a better candidate to Trump. Trump's like delusional and stupid. He has no clue what's going.
What was that? Was that a sound effect? Hold on, no, wait, hold on.
If you
What
could go
was
back in
it?
time, you could either vote for Donald
What was that? Oh
Trump
my
or Kamala
god.
Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Why would I vote for Kamala Harris? Why would you vote for her?
Kamala, because she's a better candidate to Trump. Trump's like delusional and stupid. He has no clue what's going.
That was not that sound effect. That was someone's laugh. That was someone's laughter.
What? Hello?
Hello?
Is everything
Hello?
Oh,
Yeah?
oh my god.
okay? Okay. So again, Donald Trump is a worse candidate, and he's very dumb. He said that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said that if Jesus were the vote
Why
counter,
is he very dumb? I think anyone that has created 700 businesses can't be all bad.
well, he has 6 bankruptcies, some of them including casinos. Most of his net worth has been accrued under his administration, so he's quite literally using the
Wasn't
presidency in order to
Ford
make money.
bankrupt one time?
What's up?
Wasn't Ford bankrupt? Everyone that's ever been successful has been bankrupt pretty
Not
much.
6 times though.
Well, out of 700, that's only 6. That's not even 1%.
Oh my god.
I still don't think that you can mention any.
Oh my god.
Well, you can have business failure when you do infrastructure stuff.
Okay. Well, the point that I would make is that I don't think his business has made him good at constructing economic policy. I think he's made the economic policy significantly worse off comparative to what was existing.
I want to hear about the vaccines, okay? I want to hear about the vaccines.
Democrats. Could you name any certain policy you like of Trump's?
Well, I have one question for you.
Go ahead.
Well, you said about the fossil plants. Do you realize all the Midwest has to rely on coal fires because there's no nuclear plants between the Mississippi River and going to the West Coast?
I'm not claiming that we have the ability to totally go on to renewable energy quite yet, but I think that we should build up the infrastructure specifically to be able to address it in the future. So that would mean building the infrastructure within the Midwest and all around the U.S. in order to be able to ensure electricity and energy needs without utilizing fossil fuels in the future. So that doesn't mean right now, but it does mean in the future.
Did you realize Ukraine makes methane gas out of garbage for the green space.
What's your point of saying this?
What?
Well, don't all airports have to be green space?
Don't all airports have to be green space?
They have to go to green, yeah, for the energy.
I would preferably like the whole world to go green in the future. That doesn't mean right now.
Oh my god.
Well,
Let's kill
it's not gonna be able
planet.
to.
That's like pointing to the fact that military operations take oil or like gas. So like, of course, I can acknowledge that. I'm not saying the usage of oil
Let's
and
kill
gas
our
right now is
planet.
going to be considered morally wrong or something. We're just claiming that we want to preferably switch to other things because it can lead to bad conditions in the long run if we don't do so, right? So like that's what we're saying is going to be helpful from a scientific perspective.
Well, I've worked all energy plants, so I know a lot about them.
Okay. And are energy prices doing worse off or better off now since Trump got in office?
Well, Obama was cutting all the powerhouses, so that totally destroyed one craft, like the Boilermakers.
Well, I'm asking you,
Because
under Trump's administration, since he's been in office, right, has electricity prices, have they gone up?
Mine hasn't. That's all I care
They
about.
have. They absolutely have. They've gone up at higher rates than what they were previously going up at,
Oh.
Well,
according to the Bureau of
that-
Labor Statistics.
I know that the pumps have gone down for $1.99 in
Oh my
Iowa.
god.
Sure.
So that
By the way,
you know.
I think the price has gone down I think it's like 13 cents, right, over the past year.
Not compared to Illinois, it's still at $3.
I mean, I haven't been to Illinois in the past recently. Of course, state policy does lead to it being more expensive. What's your point?
Well, we have a Democrat governor in Illinois, and the
She ruined
the
everything.
gas tax keeps it up, and people go if there's 5 states that border Illinois, so they'll go to another state to get the gas, so it's cheaper for them.
Okay.
Isn't it pretty much everyone cares about what affects their pocketbook? That's what they care about, and infrastructure. And
Okay.
So
And who has
double
plans to make things affordable? I don't think Trump has a single plan in terms of healthcare, childcare, housing affordability. Could you name any of his policies in relation to those main things?
Well, I'm retired, so I'm forced to be on Medicare.
Uh-huh.
And
And
you
Medicaid.
know, they make you choose. Every year you have to choose Medicare again and sign up again every year.
Wait, is that how that works in the US?
Did you know that you're
Is that actually how that works in the US? You have to sign up to healthcare all over again every single time when you're retired?
you pay for it all the time, right? As you're working. But if you don't file on Medicare, you're forced to file. But if you don't take Medicare, the first time you get a check, they'll take $1,200 out because they take the Medicare out of your Social Security check. You have to pay for it. You don't get it free like most people think.
Again, in these circumstances, if you want better conditions.
Okay, that's enough. I think we've kind of exhausted our warm-up. President Sunday, 225 people watching. Zanderhall, pretty slow stream. Well, to be fair, I'm having a pretty slow one as well.
I think the way I would describe what you're trying to say is like, sure, Tony.
Is Zanderhall talking to somebody?
Cave, but imagine what he could make in his lab.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
What?
Simon built this game in a cave with a box of scraps. Not even that far off from what Simon had to pull to get this game made. Not made, but like to get this build together in time for us to play. What's so crazy is we are playing the most like janked together last second homework assignment turn in like oh shit oh fuck type deal, like, and I'm not saying this at all to insult the Desert.
Well, what are
It's
you
literally-
playing it then?
Simon's policy was, guys, the second I get the game back from Riot, I'm releasing it in early access as soon as legally possible. Don't get me wrong, I will make sure we get the game in as good of a state as possible before that release.
Why are you playing
Getting it out
this?
is our top priority. And so I was low-key worried that a lot of like quality of the game will have been sacrificed for the sake of just getting it out ASAP, but
Why not just play Minecraft? I don't get what is the difference between that game and Minecraft? I just don't get it. How is this game any? It just looks like Minecraft with a different title. Maybe I'm just ignorant about video games. It's just Minecraft. And Minecraft has, as far as I know, just a lot more content. So why not just play that? Right? Just play Minecraft, I guess. Like, you know? And I just don't understand it.
Iran is a brutal, illiberal
Democracy.
You don't even need to say all those words. You can just say it treats the people as an enemy, and it doesn't derive its power from their approval and acceptance. It doesn't follow their interest. It has its own interest.
Well, increasingly
and it
the
considers
US
its people
doesn't.
to be something it can sacrifice on the altar of its own interest. It is essentially just
President Sunday is the political
for losers.
channel now.
They also don't care about the Palestinians. And this is very important. The reason why they invest in...
Wow. I cannot believe that this has to be said, but I guess it has to be said. Iran does not care about the Palestinians. I would not have guessed that. I would never have guessed that Iran does not care about the Palestinians. Ochad Logic defends Gestapo violence. Wait, hold on. Let us do a check on Chad Logic, actually. It's been a while, and his new thumbnail is just interesting. Is this Chad Logic? Is this the thing that I'm supposed to be watching? Secretly trans. Oh. Where's the ice thing? Where's Chad Logic talking about ice? I want to see the... Do I have to go to President Sunday's video to watch that?
There is no imperative to take the side of a fascist Gestapo murdering a kid's mother for no reason.
There's always...
My attitude right now, honestly, is that...
There is always an excuse for Chad Logic to do something like that. Chad Logic will always find a way. I have learned.
At this point, the danger represented by the Trump administration is so great that any inter-lefty infighting is worthless. It doesn't count. I think we need to be collectively on the same side as to the extent possible, to the extent that social media figures of any scale can do anything. I think we need to be just a tidal wave of condemnation, and there needs to be no break in the lines.
Well, Chad Logic is not on the left, so there's no breaking on the lines. Like, Chad Logic is firmly on the right. Chad Logic.
Exceptions, of course, right? Like people who are sexually using their position to do sexual abuse and so on, like that should not be allowed to slide. But like everything else is petty. Everything else is petty.
Like what? Okay, give me an example of something being petty. Okay? I don't think being against support for Ukraine and criticizing that is petty. And there are a lot of leftists, quote unquote, that do that. So is that petty? Does that count as petty? I don't know.
Which is why we're criticizing a.
I don't know. Wait. Hold on.
/ right winger instead.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Okay, that's better. I thought that was... Huh. Hold on. Very weird.
So apparently Chud Logic, friend of the channel Chud Logic, has been defending the Minneapolis shooter.
Friend of the channel?
Which is weird.
Was that sarcasm? Was that sarcastic, President Sunday? Friend of the channel, Chud Logic?
That's a weird decision, I gotta say.
Okay.
I guess the British just get really turned on by the idea of cops policing their every move. Maybe.
I mean, as far as I know, England does not have an equivalent of ICE, so...
Maybe he has some information about her having a potato peeler in her car. I don't know. But let's... Video unavailable. This video is private.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Not yet, anyway. Wait. Chud Logic privated his video when he defended ICE?
Link I clicked on.
Okay.
Has anybody got a recording of that? Apparently he's debating Pisco about this. Same with Pisco, by the way. I don't like any of these people, but honestly, at this juncture, I think we have a common enemy here.
Chud Logic your common enemy?
That's what I was gonna watch.
No way.
But it's gone.
It's gone. Forever.
Interesting.
Yeah. Did you get an alternative?
Will you debate Pisco though? Why would I debate Pisco? I'd be more inclined to debate on Pisco's side right now.
Chud Logic is gonna debate Pisco.
Why would I be debating people who are taking the side of, hey, I think having a violent militia of untrained hooligans shooting American citizens in public and invading
is it not good?
Other countries illegally is bad. Why would I be on that side? Why would I be against that side? By the way, Sunday, you should read up on Keith Porter, a black man in LA who was shot and killed by ICE on New Year's. Would have been in a vehicle as well. Let's take a look at this. Well, I'm going to take that as him folding anyways. If he's hiding that, then he's not proud of his position, and good for him. Apparently, his editor, DK, called in and corrected him on this. So
no way.
Wisely has once again clocked that his editor is the brains of his organization. And
no way. DK actually called in and told him, hey, dude, don't cheer for ICE. No, that really happened. Come on, dude, don't do that. You've done a lot of stupid things on your channel, but Chud Logic, come on. I made you. Which is not even a sarcastic comment on my side, because I remember Chud Logic saying at some point, yeah, DK basically made me. He made me, and he can break me. So no wonder if you can just call in and say, hey, you're saying a bunch of stupid shit right now, so stop it, cut it out.
Let's listen to his advice, I hope.
Wow. Maybe it was DK that... Maybe it was DK that pivoted it. Because he was like, nope, we're not keeping this up.
Hope that this is growth.
Growth.
Chud Logic is historically capable of changing his mind. I don't think he's like that, but... It was really disappointing to hear that was his position. So if he's changed that, that's great. That's great.
I don't hold. Actually,
Same deal. Like, if people concede, if people change, if people bend.
I'm afraid I don't hold Chud Logic in very high esteem. Sorry. My apologies for that.
Ben's the wrong word. That sounds like there's some submitting. If people go on your
Submitting.
side, don't purity test about their past right now, unless they're seeking public office. Different story. But if people are willing to be on your side right now for this, accept it. Tucker Carlson, apparently, I've heard, has been critical of the shooter.
Tucker Carlson is insane. Tucker Carlson is totally insane, by the way. He said that the United States declared war on Germany the same day that Germany invaded Poland during World War II. And he also said that the USSR invaded Poland the same day as Germany did. So that's Tucker Carlson for you. I don't think criticizing that is purity testing, okay? Especially as a Polish person. I don't think saying that Tucker Carlson says some. Also, he is extremely pro-Russia, so I don't know. Okay? I don't think that's purity testing, personally.
Rips mega reactions to fatal ice shooting. Okay. See, that's good. All right, how bad is this going to be? How bad is this going to be, Chud?
Oh, there we go.
Don't be that bad.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we have it.
Whatever, right?
Okay.
You know when you go into like a Discord when you're famous, right?
Uh-huh.
Because I wasn't really looking for anything. I just wanted to go in there and it'd be
What's the hat all about?
like the old days, and it would be like maybe a bit.
How far in is this?
Is he looking for the script? Is he just
backwards and
checking
forwards and
out
stuff.
the script?
And it just felt like people were on my ass straight away. And I was like, Jesus, man. I just wanted to post a clip and just see what you guys thought about it. So I timed a bunch of people out. I spurged out. I timed out 5 people.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
1 hour forward.
And I've reversed it because I felt bad for Stylo.
Uh-huh.
Oh no.
Disprove that there was objectionably reasonable belief.
Oh no.
Gee,
God damn it. God fucking damn it.
Yeah, dude. Nick Shirley's to blame as well. Enforcement procedure.
Here we go.
Unedited. Thank you. By the way, it won't come up in notifications. I need to change it.
Thinks Barnes versus Felix justifies this? What?
I must say though, okay, I don't hold anyone to any sort of view on like what you thought, what you don't think, even if you still agree, disagree, okay? The only person that I'm genuinely angry with now is Flip Flop. Okay?
I don't know who Flip Flop
I'm genuinely seething about Flip Flop.
Who?
Because he has had some of the most annoying libtarded analysis in chat.
Who?
Right? And the other...
Welcome, Fake Alec Parker. I was at the clinic. What were you at the clinic for? What happened? What happened, Fake Alec Parker? My mom was at the clinic today. So I guess you're like my mom. What's up? What's up, Fake Alec Parker? Welcome. Welcome to this stream. A very slow stream tonight. So I'm watching Chud Logic's apparently very bad take on the ice shooting, and it's unavailable, so I have to watch it through President Sunday, because President Sunday unearthed the VOD somehow, because it was privated. That's what's happening.
The other day, he was literally,
And I have no clue who this flip-flop person is supposed to be.
Felix versus Barnes was a police officer telling someone with a car door open not to move. The car started driving when he told him not to move. Renee was an ICE hooligan who has no authority to arrest an American citizen who's not actively impeding the arrest of an illegal immigrant. Firing through the window of a car that he walked in front of in violation of police training, which he clearly did not have.
Okay.
when he was not in danger of being struck by that car. You were actually required, you were actually trained specifically not to fire into moving vehicles, if at all possible, like only under the most extreme circumstances, because A, getting rid of the driver of a vehicle when their foot is still on the pedal does not stop the vehicle from driving, which means there is no way
it could drive into somebody
that saves
or something.
That actually just endangers everybody else on that street. And B, you are supposed to be using lethal force under only the most, like, only when you have like specific fear that if you do not do so, you will die. Which means
That does not apply to that does not apply to U.S. cops. Come on, that does not apply to U.S. cops.
And more to the point, you are actually trained to get out of the way of a moving vehicle. That is your job. That's what you're supposed to do.
You're supposed to kill the driver like in a video game.
He went in front of it.
Quick time event.
He switched hands with his phone so that the phone would be in front of the car while he fired from the side.
Pushing the 3-point turn narrative. He was literally pushing the 3-point turn narrative, bro. And he did exactly what I'm talking about. He posted a video, and it was a literal Rorschach test, okay? And he was like, he then said about the 3-point turn thing.
That has nothing to do with the shooting. President Sunday, rewind, please. Please get to the shooting.
Now, I thought the 3-point turn thing, I was kind of more skeptical about that one. I thought that, like, maybe she was just letting people pass or something.
Oh, okay. It is.
Okay. She was letting people pass. She was literally waving for the car to pass.
Hey?
Okay.
Like I don't know why he's taking this position. Like it's so
because he's stupid. That's why. Okay, because he's not very smart. Chad Logic is not extremely smart individual. That's why. How is that for an explanation? Does that work?
It's so easy to go, it's kind of weird that they're not allowing like a state investigation of this. They're being really hushed and they're immediately defending violent action against American citizens. I'm going to wait and see because maybe something comes up. And you know what, guys? Like, yeah, it looks pretty bad from both angles. Maybe, sure, you want to go that route, whatever. But why would you go the route of defending this out of hand? That doesn't make any sense. What do you get from this?
The 3-point turn thing was dumb, I think. Anyway, look, guys.
I don't know what they were saying about that in particular.
Watch. I'm going to tell you what I think it shows.
Like just to be clear, like does he know how like four-wheeled vehicles work? Like you can't just pivot. They have to move.
I don't know why Chad Logic always takes the worst position on everything, but that's his. I don't know. He has to be super right-wing, anti-woke, anti-trans, super duper cool because that gives him the views and the money, I guess.
For what it's worth, I think that,
And he's very pro law enforcement. He's very pro getting rid of Irish travelers, getting rid of Roma people, he's very pro police from what I've seen of him.
It's interesting. It's interesting to talk about, even though it's very annoying that people seemingly hate me now because I didn't immediately agree with what they thought.
Well, Chud, I have a suspicion that people are probably angry with you because you reflexively are defending
the murder,
a thug murdering a mother.
Yeah.
Maybe that's triggering like an anger response. Maybe that's a good thing that triggers an anger response.
Maybe.
Chud, you got kids. You should be a little bit more like concerned about like, hey, this authoritarian.
I mean, Chad Logic, technically speaking, doesn't have to be actually concerned. He's in the UK. ICE is not in the UK yet, so he does not need to be concerned yet. He doesn't need to care about what's happening in the US because he doesn't care about much in life at all. So,
government is just flat out killing parents.
I mean, why would Chad Logic care about it? It's in the US. He's not in the US.
I do think that some of this stuff, it does... There's one... Okay, let's just go through it and I'll say what I think.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's have a look.
When does DK call in? He's gonna be my saving grace here. What a weird fucking world.
It is weird.
I really hope he folds when DK calls in. I would feel better.
So this is the video footage. So you know the guy that shot, he was filming. This is his video footage.
Okay.
And my understanding is, having looked at this briefly, is that this has been like reported on by the mainstream press.
What are you watching this briefly?
This is correct, true, and accurate. It's not AI or some crazy shit. This is the video footage, as far as I understand it, unedited, untampered with, except for the watermark. Okay.
Okay. He's gonna get schooled by his editor.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay.
So I think
That's
that
the
what
person?
this shows, first of all,
Okay.
is she is not.
He has to be the only guy who is nuanced and side cut, so he has to fence it and enlarge his anus to fit the thickest.
Oh,
Lovely
God.
sleeps. You guys need my energy. Look. I'm not allowing that last word there, okay? But I will allow the rest for now.
Not just an
You're on thin ice, buddy.
observer, okay? Now, I don't know massive amounts about this observer shit,
No transphobia in my chat.
but what we do understand, they're supposed to observe, they can record,
Sorry, mister. You just assume my gender. That was a joke. Don't just ignore me.
and things of that nature, but they're not supposed to interfere,
Okay.
right? You're not supposed to
What do you say? Sorry, I was distracted by weirdos.
observe.
Oh my God.
They can record, and things of that nature.
So he's talking about the legal observer.
I don't know massive amounts about this observer shit, but what we do understand, they're supposed
Well, the observer shit is informal. What an observer is essentially is a kind of civilian journalist who is making sure that when police or otherwise law enforcement are dealing with the public, that they are following the law and respecting the rights of citizens, which is super important because if you don't have those, you have no way to know if the police are actually doing that.
Yeah.
Which is the difference between you have police in a democracy and you have a Gestapo in a dictatorship.
Yeah.
to observe, they can record, and things of that nature, but they're not supposed to interfere,
All right.
right?
Yeah.
You're not supposed to interfere with ICE operations. You're supposed to just observe, record, and like share that they're in a city or something like that, right?
No, not sure that they're in a city. You're supposed to observe what they're doing. Specifically to watch what they're doing. Because if ICE, for example, is like beating people in the street or, God forbid, firing on American civilians without just cause,
True.
you're going to want to be able to have proof that this is going on so that they can be held accountable. Because God knows the administration's not going to hold them accountable.
So
The administration's got to give them full immunity. So I'm not even sure if having a witness matters in this case, since they're gonna get that immunity either way. It just feels kind of redundant.
I think this pretty clearly shows that she was intentionally trying to block the road that they were going down.
What? How?
Yeah, how?
The car wasn't even covering the road. Look. Are you crazy? Are you insane? Where was the car?
Rewind it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to keep my cool here. Chud. How is this blocking the road? She was waving. This truck that's passing by, look, there's an entire lane open. She was waving for their truck to pass by before she went.
Oh. It's pretty clear they
These
showed the
people
book.
jumped out of the car to intimidate her because she existed.
She was trying to.
Also, this thing does not show her blocking the road. This shows.
Welcome back, Kyle Parker.
I'm sorry.
I'm pretty sure.
We're watching a very bad take by Chud Logic about the ICE shooting, which is insane.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't expect much from Chud Logic, but you know, I've decided to investigate. I saw from the President Sunday bit that Chud Logic had some crazy opinion on it. I decided to watch it, but unfortunately the original video is gone. President Sunday somehow found it. He's watching it now, and we're watching it through his eyes. And already Chad Logic is saying some nonsensical stuff. And apparently, which is interesting, Chad Logic's editor is going to call in, set him straight, which caused Chad Logic to take down the video in the first place.
Big SUV literally went by right before this footage
Chad Logic is going to be schooled by his editor on this.
was taken.
Trying to interfere with ICE moving down the streets. Like she was trying to obstruct.
Jesus Christ. Hang on. Holy fuck. Look. This is the foot. I'm not going to show the whole thing.
Okay.
A, because it's very upsetting. B, because I don't know what YouTube's attitude towards this is going to be. But
when she was fatal.
This is where the vehicle was.
Yeah.
She had waved them across to go in front of her. That's why she was stopped.
Right.
This truck could have easily gone around.
So it was not obstructing the road.
This is not blocking anybody. Another vehicle had gone around before. I'm going to see if I can find the actual footage because this bozo has cut it at the wrong time.
I hope the search is edited.
Okay, hang on. I think
Okay.
this.
Okay, good.
Everybody cuts it to right before the action happens, and that's not what I want to see. I want to see the full thing.
The search should be edited out.
Everybody cuts it there. That's so annoying. Can I get it? Can I get it unedited? Unedited.
Oh boy.
I don't want to see the new footage from the ICE perspective. I want to see the original video. 3 days ago. Okay, is this the whole thing? I think it does.
Uh-huh.
I think this shows it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Perfect.
Here we go.
Perfect. Ha
Uh-huh.
Ho ho.
Oh. Oh boy.
Watch this.
Okay, I'm watching.
Judd, look. See that car? See that car moving in front of her? Okay. Now I'm gonna.
The road's obstructed.
You're in Britain, so they don't allow you to write anything about a tricycle. But just so you know, okay, if a car is able to fit horizontally relative to the position of your car in front of you and stay on the road,
that it's not obscured,
then you are not blocking the road. Okay, I just want you to know this. I don't know.
Wow.
All right, here we go.
Also, there's another car there.
Let's listen to his math.
Obstruct their activities based on the way she's acting and the way her wife acts, I think.
We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later.
And is that, I think, her wife? Is that correct?
That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking president. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead. Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car.
Get out of the fucking car. Oh my god, did they really say get out of the fucking car?
Now, I will say this, okay? This ICE agent that's filming this...
Yeah.
is
You're kidding me. Actually saying get out of the fucking car.
a fucking idiot, okay?
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
This ICE agent is a completely...
No way that's the language that they've used. No way.
Completely
retarded
unprofessional.
Moron.
No
Okay?
way.
Because it is insane to step in front of the car.
All right. How are we gonna?
Are we gonna spin this?
How are we gonna fold this origami sculpture?
Right? And to me, I think he's more interested in recording the interaction than he is about thinking of his own.
No, this is really important actually. So hang on, I think it's back here actually. So watch.
Has been like.
Okay,
Not
yeah, we get it. Good. Calm your British down.
No way.
Press play. Oh my god, man, press play. Out of the vehicle.
So this is the video footage. So you know the guy that shot, he was filming.
I hate YouTube.
This is
I hate
his
YouTube.
Video footage.
I hate YouTube. It doesn't fast forward like 5 seconds. It fast forwards like a fraction of the video.
And my understanding is, having looked at this briefly by the press, this is correct.
It's so
true,
slow.
Accurate. It's not AI.
We
or
don't
something,
care.
except
It's
watermark.
Good God.
Okay.
Okay.
President Sunday's struggling with YouTube, of course. Okay, so what?
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay.
Okay.
So,
Don't care. 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 Oh my God.
We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk.
Yes, that's the wife. Good job.
You want to come at us?
Right there. See that hand? His phone is in his right hand. That hand means before he walked in front of the vehicle, stupid idiot apparently, he switched hands with his phone. Now, why would he do that? He's not in front of the vehicle right now. Why would he need, on the basis of this woman insulting him, why would he need to discharge his firearm?
Probably because he thought that if he pointed a gun at them, he has threatening power to make them get out of the car. Because he also, he also says get out of the fucking car. So he probably thought that if he had a gun, then they'd be intimidated and get out of the car. That's my guess.
Why would he need to draw his weapon?
Intimidation.
He switched hands before he went in front of the vehicle.
You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car.
So at this point,
Get out of the car.
when this is very confusing. A lot of people have been like messed up by this. I was for a little bit.
And I assume instead of scaring the woman into getting out of the car, he scared her into driving away.
The phone has switched from his right hand, in which case this should be showing the rightmost extremity in front of the vehicle, in which case his body would be a little bit to the left, more in front of the vehicle. It has changed to his left hand, which means it's at the most extreme point to the left of him, which means his body is not as in front of the vehicle as this is.
Uh-huh.
You can even see her turning the wheel if you look up very closely.
This is analysis.
Away from him.
Now, I will say this.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's be clear. The guy wasn't an idiot. I mean, he is an idiot, to be clear. But him being in front of the vehicle was not an accident.
Yeah.
Him being in front of the vehicle was to give him pretext to do what he really wanted to do.
Yeah.
Because he switched hands before he was in front of the vehicle, which is why he was able to draw his weapon so quickly, because he was preparing to do so.
Right? This ICE agent is a completely unprofessional, retarded moron.
That's actually very typical, Chud, because you mentioned you've like seen all these people verifying this footage. You might have also seen all of the reports that every single person who has been shot by ICE has been in a car.
Uh-oh.
Now, once again, police are taught two things. They're trained two things. Noam has said that this officer was following his training. Police are trained to do two things. You don't go in front of a vehicle, period. Two, you don't fire into a moving vehicle. Because the one correct thing that these people have been arguing is that a moving vehicle can be a deadly weapon.
Yeah.
If you remove the driver from an already moving vehicle, that deadly weapon has turned into a force of nature. It is no longer controllable. It can run into anybody. There's a bunch of kids across the street, bam.
Yeah. Basically.
Okay.
Are you including ICE when you say police right now? No, I'm specifically pointing out these are not police. And to the extent that they are trained like
They're not
police,
trained.
there is no excuse for this.
Because it is insane to step in front of the car.
What I'm implying is that I think they are actually internally, I think the culture of ICE right now is, guys, the administration's going to protect us. Find an excuse.
I mean, it did. It did protect them.
Attitude right now.
I mean, it did protect them, no? The immunity thing. It did protect them.
I don't know what Crow's supposed to do. It's like, you know.
Well, what's supposed to do? What?
Annoying. Anyway.
Okay.
Did this just jump positions?
Procedure, okay.
Okay.
Is to not get in front of a vehicle like this.
Yeah.
Why? Because they could drive forward and fucking run you over, bro.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bro, it's not both sides bad, dude. Fuck, bro. Dude, I'm gonna stay my hand for now. There's been enough bloodshed, okay?
All right. What is he gonna say
It is
now?
Standard operating procedure. Okay.
Is he gonna say it's not both sides bad? It's the woman was in the wrong and the ICE was in the right.
Like my understanding, law enforcement, federal agents, everyone, that you do not put yourself in front of a car. You would use another car to block off.
By the way, you shouldn't do that if you're not a federal agent too. Just FYI.
Their route if you wanted to do that. Okay. No accounts were lost. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Dude, I'm just honestly, right,
Okay.
I'm a bit fucking annoyed that people are messaging my mod about a fucking take that I've got. It's honestly...
Is the take that you've got defending an act of murder in public?
Fucking me. You know?
Okay. Oh God.
That's about the most immoral thing you can do as a content creator, by the way. There's a lot of stuff you can sort of like skirt around. You can play fast and loose a little bit with drama stuff. It's like, sure, it's just a business or whatever. They're going to put themselves out there anyways. There is no imperative to take the side of a fascist Gestapo murdering a kid's mother for no reason.
Watchmen.
Unless you're Chud Logic.
I don't give a fuck about that. Do what you want to do.
Okay.
But the idea that you message a fucking mod when the take is not even that crazy is
Oh
insane.
my God.
That take's pretty crazy, dude. If you defend this, that's pretty crazy, actually. I don't know why you would expect otherwise.
I don't want to get into it, okay?
All right.
Don't get
Just
into
be
it.
ashamed of yourself, whoever you are, though.
Let's hear the take.
Okay, guys.
Yeah, let's hear it. Let's hear it, please.
But guys, I think
Yes.
that this is a really stupid fucking move, okay?
Okay.
He said it, yes.
And it's like
he's fighting for his life. Just say the thing.
people are saying he was engineering this.
Yes. He moved the phone to his left hand. He deliberately walked in front of the vehicle.
Oh my God.
He fired when his feet were already clear of the vehicle because he wanted to kill the
Now
person
they're
in the
both
car.
repeating themselves.
He engineered this.
Now
This
they are
is not
both
even.
repeating.
I don't know how you would argue otherwise.
Like make the shot. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if he was like thinking, oh, if I stand in front of a car, I can shoot her. I think he wasn't expecting her to drive forward.
That's stupid. That is stupid, Chud. That is a stupid thing to think.
I think he was expecting. I think he
I'm
probably-
so waiting for him to be schooled by his editor or whatever. I'm so waiting for that to
made
happen.
the assumption, right? I think he probably made
Why
the
did he change hands before walking in front of the vehicle, Chud?
assumption of like, oh, it's some fucking libtarded wine mom. She's not gonna fucking do anything, right? Like, do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I see why people are angry about this.
And I think he's so focused on filming her.
Okay,
right?
that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
There has not been enough bloodshed. I didn't see it, so it didn't happen. Also, you should send Crow a fruit basket or something.
Thank you for the 333. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
So I think he's so focused on filming, right? He's like, oh, look, I'm going to get video of this fucking libtarded woman. You know, she's fucking up our operation. We're going to fucking... And that's the only thing he's thinking about.
Is it?
He's not actually, I don't think, thinking about procedure of don't stand in front of a vehicle, stand at the side, or use a vehicle to block it off, as far as I understand procedure, okay? Right. So that's my take on the ice guy. However...
All right.
I think when you look at it, I'll just play it with...
Yeah, I'm going to show you what you're looking at right now. See that vehicle? If there were people in front of where that vehicle is going, they would get crushed by that car.
Yeah.
This guy could have very easily killed multiple people for no reason. People who weren't even involved. Because he just sent a giant fucking projectile into a neighborhood.
I'll just play it like this. Watch again, right?
Okay.
Get out of the car. Fucking bitch.
And then he calls her a fucking bitch. Bro.
Yeah.
I challenge anyone to watch this footage and argue that there is not objectionably reasonable belief of serious harm to yourself.
It's in his
What?
left hand, you idiot. He's on foot. He went in front of the car on purpose. He walked out of the way. The only risk to serious harm for himself is because he bodily placed himself in that position to contrive
You gotta be kidding.
an excuse to discharge his firearm on an American citizen.
How stupid is Chud logic? Oh my god. No way.
What is wrong with you?
No way is Chud logic that stupid.
Have some fucking shame.
Oh boy.
Apparently, not Queeman. Apparently, DK calls in at 350, but this video doesn't go to 350.
Oh man.
Is there another one that has the call in?
I wanna see his editor school him on this. Come on.
Oh my
I wanna see
God.
it. Yeah. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to see Chud Logic being schooled by his editor. Can we, please? Will we please get it?
Why?
Anyway, I'm going to stream and further defend the glorious heroes of ICE. This idea that she was neutral observer trying to do a 3-point turn. Who cares, man?
All right, let's do this. Someone says Chud Left's new footage just dropped. Yeah, man, it's not looking good for the libtard. That's just great. That's great, Chud. That's great. Just keeping it classy.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
How fat are you, Chud? Do your arms not fall? Can your arms not pass your belly when you put them down? Do you understand the difference between holding a phone over the hood of a car and having your body in front of it?
Not on the fence. I have said from day one, I leaned towards this being legal. Chud Logic from the very beginning leaned towards the ICE agent killing a person being legal. Brilliant. This will age so well.
Yes, Lizzie, that's exactly what it means. I was interested to see people's takes, but everyone is so desperate to interact with me. I think people liked you. And he's banning people in his... Oh, shit. He's like... These are names I recognize.
Okay.
It's obvious people have come to a conclusion and are unwilling to change it in the face of new info. I'm sorry, did you just see JD Vance posted a thing, decide that you hate lefties, and just went along with what JD Vance said? I'm not interested in a conversation, by the way.
Well, that happened.
Not on this. I think I've seen enough. I do want to see what DK said though, because
his editor.
I need some I need something positive to see. Hey Bumba, I saw your friend request. You can DM me. It's here, timestamp 3:52. All right. Are there slurs here? Am I gonna have to like private the stream after? This is on Kick, so I don't know. We'll see.
Speak, dude. New year, new policies.
Okay, he's just gonna
2019.
So his editor is about to
The same thing.
Okay, here we go.
Right now.
Okay, let's
Hey,
go.
listen.
Yo!
This is DK, this is Chud's editor.
What? How's it going, man?
Yeah.
Hello.
Pathetic.
Okay, listen.
Hello, Chud Logic. I want to do
get
this.
too into it. Like I don't, we don't have to go over the whole thing right now.
Uh-huh.
It just is like
You're stupid.
you are just saying like we'll say something in chat and then you just say the same thing as absurd as possible. Give the most absurd example as possible, and then act like it would not be realistic.
Yeah, it's called debate pedophilia, mate.
Yeah, I'm familiar. I'm quite familiar.
But I mean, I guess
I used to be one, for Christ's sake.
I guess what I'm doing is taking it to like an
He means debate. He doesn't mean the other.
extreme example to point out the potential flaws in the thinking. But by all means, what's your take? What are you saying?
But it's too. This is the thing. It's too absurd. It's like you're saying, oh, if they don't have a gun, then if they go investigate someone, they're just gonna get mowed down. It's just like
Well, no, okay. I'm not saying that definitively they're going to get shot. I think it just creates an extreme risk. And I mean, I guess the other thing I would think with it too is, would this only apply to ICE or would it also be other federal agencies?
ICE don't have the authority to arrest American citizens who are not impeding the arrest of an illegal immigrant. They don't have that authority. In fact, they have had to go on record, and you can find it still on their website. If you look up on Google, is ICE legally allowed to detain American citizens? They will literally say, no, this is a myth. We never detain American citizens.
Yeah. I mean, technically speaking, that remains true, right? The ICE agent did not detain the American citizen. So, technically speaking, that rule has not been broken. Sorry, a little bit of Polish humor.
Now we're defending them just walking like these aren't even like, we're not even talking about like a deployment of trained police with expanded powers. Okay, that would be bad enough. We are talking about an untrained army of hooligans that were picked up on the cheap very quick and just sent out
Like
to
the SA, the predecessors to the SS.
fly like the monkeys from The Wizard of Oz. I thought they could detain citizens to fight it if you're legal or not. They can't arrest you. They can talk to you. You are advised if one of them approaches you to not be defiant because of what happened here, because this person was not defiant and look what happened there. But they cannot demand papers from you. You're not in Nazi Germany. They can't say papers, please. That's not in the cards. They're not allowed to do that legally. Although, are they? I'm actually not so sure anymore, because it appears like JD Vance has said that these barely trained thugs.
And technically speaking, they should not be able to just stop you from driving away, aka shoot you. I think the internet's not doing so well.
You are advised if one of them approaches you to not be defiant because of what happened here, because this person was not defiant and look what happened there. But they cannot demand papers from you. You're not in Nazi Germany. They can't say papers, please. That's not in the cards. They're not allowed to do that legally. Although, are they? I'm actually not so sure anymore, because it appears like JD Vance has said that these barely trained thugs have absolute immunity.
Yeah, they do.
By the way, if there is anybody in your country that has absolute immunity, you're not in a democracy anymore. You're in a dictatorship. That's what absolute
It's
immunity
like with
means. Absolute immunity means absolutely no responsibility.
It's like with Belarus, where they kind of just said soldiers can shoot civilians now. That's actually what happened. The US is turning into Belarus before our very own eyes. They say, okay, you can just shoot them. You can just shoot the people
to the population
because of the absolute immunity.
Well, I mean, it would depend on what federal agency, I guess. But I mean, talking just about ICE, I'm just saying that.
What about the FDA? Do you think the FDA should be able to have guns to investigate?
Yes.
You'll be happy when? Why will it be? Why will I be happy? Wait, why will I be happy? Oh my God! Hello, President Sunday viewers. Hello. Oh my gosh, have I just been raided as I'm watching this glorious President Sunday video about Chud Logic's horrible ice take? Because Chud Logic believes that, ICE agents can just murder anybody, without worry. Thank you, Estelle. Wow, you're a true friend. Yeah, I cannot believe this either, Dr. Johns. I went from a sad stream with no viewers to oh my God, this is my chance. Okay, hello raiders. Okay, hello people that have raided me. I have started a new channel. Okay, this is my chance to promote it. I have started because as you may know, if you know me, and if you watch President Sunday, you probably kind of know me. You need to start moving me really hard. Fire up that drama. I need to, but I agree with you. Sorry, I've been criticizing Chud Logic all this time. Hello. But I have started a new channel, okay? On this channel, I post my Ukraine reporting stuff, okay? I post my journalism from Ukraine on that site. And I have posted my first interview with a 16-year-old girl that's from Bakhmut. Bakhmut is the city in Ukraine where the bloodiest, longest, most horrible battle of the entirety of the war happened. And that girl had to run away from the city when the war started. She was living in the city in 2014 when the initial stuff happened. And it's pretty nice. Please consider subscribing to that channel. I'll be uploading more interviews. I'm going to do a longer documentary. It doesn't work. Maybe I gave you the wrong link. Is this the right link? Let's just use this link, okay? This link. There you go. This has to work. Listen, I'm a Polish streamer and I always get the wrong link. But this link is correct. Thank you. So I'll be uploading more. I'm working on a bigger documentary, slowly, bit by bit. Okay? It's gonna be amazing. So please look forward to it. Oh, and I uploaded a few shorts. The shorts have bits that are not in the full interview. I hope you enjoy. This is a testimony from a young person that is living through the war. And I'll be uploading more such testimonies from young people and their families that live through the war in Ukraine. Okay, let's continue watching Chud Logic's horrible take on why ICE is just allowed to execute people, I guess. I mean, right now, Chad Logic doesn't even have to care about any of this because he's in the UK, and the UK does not have its own equivalent of ICE. And Chad Logic does not strike me as a person that cares about anything. He's become aggressively transphobic. I wonder how our conversation would look like now if I called into him. When I called into him, like in 2023, he was pretty cordial towards me, but I suspect maybe that would not have been the case now that he became extremely transphobic.
Are you poisoning our people? What if they show up and there's a scientist who's been poisoned?
Oh yeah, and he also got schooled by his editor. And that's what I'm here for. I'm here to watch Chad Logic being, I don't know, schooled by his editor that says, okay, you're saying very stupid things about this whole ICE thing. And Chad Logic, I assume, privated the video because of it?
Poisoning people with the food.
Exactly.
And there's a
He always gave me old man yelled at cloud. No, that's not true. That's not true. Chad Logic used to be this reserved, very polite individual. Okay? What was that sound? Chad Logic used to be this very polite, reserved. Chad Logic used to be this... When people would argue, I think Chad Logic would step in and be like, hey, why are you arguing? Let me be the mediator. Let me be the mediator between you two, me, Chad Logic. And now he's just, I don't know, drama tuber that is a bigot. That's all that he is now. Used to be that I'm a leftist, I'm Marxist, and I'm so progressive, and now he says that it was just all BS and says that trans people suck and
risk that.
Oh yeah, and that he was groomed by a trans person or something or the other.
I hate that I don't know if Chud has confused the FDA with the DA.
Guy, he won't want to go to prison, so he might have a gun. But that's what I'm saying. Like that's the kind of shit that you're doing. Like it sounds absurd, obviously, but that's what you're doing.
No, sure. Listen, okay, it's easy to just say your piece, and we can have a brief chat about it. It's fine.
Okay.
I just think, and
or not the DEA,
the
DEA, not DA, DEA. Jesus.
Relating them as soon as I wake up in the morning.
DAE.
And that's what I run with.
Not the district. The district attorney doesn't need a gun unless they're, Harvey Dent.
So just let that be
Two-Face.
first. I'm just saying, it seems crazy to me when I watch a video like that, when I hear about shit that's been happening, that ICE agents, people who are in charge of locating and handling illegal immigrants, let's say,
Or shooting citizens, yeah. Also, my editor was harassed by ICE. I'm not sure. I don't think he'll mind, but my editor was stopped by ICE on the street and questioned, like for no reason, because he looks Mexican, I guess. I mean, he is Mexican, but Mexican American, but I am reading chat. I saw that you said someone subscribed. Like, I don't know. That ICE just stops people randomly on the street to harass them. Like, ICE does whatever it wants. It just harasses citizens randomly, as it is right now. Oh, well, now it murders them. It escalated quite a little bit. Chad Logic is basically, John the Brazen says, Chad Logic is basically the streamer equivalent of the British tabloid press. He was wrongly accused of grooming a minor who turned out to be 19. That seems to have moved him to the right. It's a Nazi brown shirt gang. I mean, literally, like they approached my editor and were like, hey, are you a citizen? On what planet should you be allowed to do that? To just approach a random citizen and be like, hey, are you really a citizen? Can we see your documentation? Can we see your papers, please? Like, actually, President Sunday said earlier in the video that ICE cannot just, Gestapo style, not papers, please. But actually, now that I remember my talk with my editor, that is exactly what they do. They just approach random people on the street and are like, okay, papers, please. Prove that you're a citizen right now. And my editor did not want to be, did not want the hassle, so he showed his ID. But yeah, that is exactly what happened. Papers, please. Prove to us that you're American right now, or else, I don't know. And apparently it helped that there was a person filming the interaction on the side.
Able to shoot.
Oh, what's this?
Oh my God, President Sunday. This should have been edited out.
What happened?
This should not have stayed in the VOD.
Her husband Timmy died at the age of 36.
It just is like, you are just saying, like, we'll.
Or would it also be other federal agencies?
I am, but I don't have.
But that's what I'm saying. Like that's the kind of shit that you're doing. Like it sounds absurd, obviously, but that's what you're doing.
No, sure. Listen, okay, it's easy to just say your piece, and we can have a brief chat about it. It's fine.
Okay, I just think, and I get all my takes by formulating them as soon as
Hello, Zoshilix.
I wake up in the morning, and then that's what I run with.
Okay.
So just let that be known first. I'm just saying, it seems crazy to me when I watch a video like that, when I hear about shit that's been happening, that ICE agents, people who are in charge of locating and handling illegal immigrants, let's say, are...
Like, I'd like to remind you, this is a stressful thing for me personally, okay? Now I can remind you. I can remind you of the story that I've been talking about 1 billion times. How this apartment that I'm in, actually, this is the apartment. This is the place. This is the room. No, I've been in the other room. But this is the apartment which was raided by the Border Patrol, okay? I've also had the run-in with immigration-related border stuff, okay? When a bunch of Border Patrol people stormed the apartment with machine guns, okay? Imagine if they were as trigger-happy as this ICE agent. I would not have been here. I'd be no longer in this world if the Border Patrol people were as trigger-happy as the ICE agent that killed this woman in the car. And I was actually held by gunpoint with a machine gun, unlike Keffels, okay?
Able to shoot citizens, legal citizens of the country. That's absurd, right? We can agree on that.
I was just too stupid to monetize it, I guess.
It depends on what the legal citizen is doing, I would say, because there are some contexts I think that would probably be...
But I don't think it depends on what the legal citizen is doing.
That was sarcasm, by the way. Keffels just stole your valor. Yeah, basically, and monetized it, unlike me. Because I thought, okay, nothing happened. Like, again, I was sleeping, a bunch of people with masks on, mind you. They all wore masks. So that was a thing. They had machine guns and were like, hands up, And I was asleep. Okay. Keffels was held at gunpoint. She may have exaggerated and lied about what happened, but she did have a gun pointed in her direction. Well, in one of the versions of her story, she said that they didn't have a gun in her direction. She said that they did not even enter the apartment. She said that she opened the door and they had a gun with them. The first version that they went into the apartment and held her at gunpoint in her room or in her bed or something. And eventually it evolved into the stance that she opened the door and they had a gun. Okay, in my case, I was in bed, snoring, and there were like 3 people with masks, with machine guns, hands up, okay? And I was like, because I was very sleepy. Okay? So yeah. You know? I just didn't feel threatened, but maybe I should have. Okay? Maybe I should have said that it traumatized me. Oh, and that's the funny part, that they said that they wanted to confiscate all of my computer equipment and everything. And by the end of their visit, they were like, we're not gonna take we're not confiscating your computer. Okay? We're not taking your stuff. That was funny. We're not gonna take your stuff.
It's absurd.
Because they realized that the whole thing was pointless. Like halfway through, they realized that the whole thing was a waste of time. I was like, we're not taking any of that.
Okay.
Like if a cop
I agree with that,
shoots
actually.
an innocent
I agree with DK here.
person, whatever. You know, it happens all the time. But
How much did Brianna Wu give to Keffels?
that's just like, we accept that as like runoff, you know? Like that's just, it happens sometimes. You need cops to have normal.
They certainly should not be being defended by the administration and being granted absolute immunity, like just out of hand. Like, oh, these hooligans we sicked on a suburban population. Yeah, they just killed somebody randomly. Yeah. Oh no, we're good with
Full immunity. Full immunity. Which means that basically no citizens are safe because they could just be stopped by ICE and an ICE agent could be in a bad mood and... Socialix, not every day you survive a mob robbery, particularly a Polish one. True. Exactly. Exactly. Well, the mob was the border patrol, but...
with that.
Okay, Keffels was a successful... Okay, where's my trans solidarity money? Thank you for subscription. I just heard a subscription thing. Thank you.
We're good with that. They have full authority over life and death. They are judge, jury, and executioner over all American citizens. That's what JD Vance said.
Yeah.
That's just to be clear.
Which means that no citizens are safe de facto, by the way. Just so you know. If ICE agents have full immunity, then basically they can just shoot anybody under any pretext and it's all good. It's all fine. It doesn't matter. That's the reality. They've received the same type of permission that the Belarusian army has received to just kill citizens. And I was shocked when Belarus did it. And Belarus, I already know, is a full-on dictatorship, Moscow puppet state. So it should shock me much less with Belarus. But with the US? I mean, there's no such thing as absolute immunity ever for anyone. But I mean, there kind of is once the state decides to grant it, even for a limited time. Like when, again, Belarus wrote into its law some time ago, I think it was in 2023 or 4, that the soldiers, Belarusian soldiers, if they feel that their life is threatened, they can fire upon citizens without any legal repercussion. No legal repercussion for shooting at civilians. And that is basically the right that has been granted to ICE agents, which shocks me a bit. John the Brazen. I don't regret having joined Kefel's community. I never donated to her fundraiser, so I don't feel conned, but I did find some solidarity when I was struggling to find any. She was basically paying her friend to run therapy sessions. I mean, yeah, I don't think if you don't regret it, then that's okay. I spoke to Kefals once, and it was a very strange conversation.
That is your country right now, Americans. You are under a dictatorship. In all but name, you are under a dictatorship.
Society or whatever.
Cops need to have a monopoly on violence, because if they don't, then
cops need to have a monopoly on violence. No, states have a monopoly on violence.
Yeah, the state has a monopoly on violence. Saying that the cops have a monopoly on violence is stupid. So what, does the military not... Does that mean by child logic's logic that the military cannot use violence within its own state? Because the cops have a monopoly on violence? That's stupid. Come on, child logic, you know better.
States have a monopoly on violence, Chud. Cops don't have a monopoly on violence. There are, for example, militaries. There you
go! President Sunday said himself. Okay, what about the military? Come on, Chud Logic. I'm starting to think that Chud Logic might be a stupid individual. Honestly, genuinely.
For example, judges and actual executioners in that country.
Yeah.
There are tons of different...
I mean, bodyguards are allowed by the state to use violence, no? Like there's this job, you work in security, and if someone breaks in, you can use violence against them to some degree to apprehend them. That is something that is granted to those people by the state. Against use Algen enthusiast says, I don't think Chud knows what a monopoly on violence is. Yeah. John the Brazes, I learned a lot about how shit streamers can be. I'm not in touch with anyone I knew from Couples community. There's like one person who is in no justice community, and that's the only person I see in Discord from those times. Listen, you're always welcome to become Lucy Haze fan, okay? I don't think you'll learn any super shocking bad developments, okay? There will be no short stack goblins. There will be no scamming people for 30 or $100 billion Canadian, okay? But having said that, I would appreciate if you would join the Lucy Haze page, okay? I would appreciate if you would join this page, lucyhaze.org/live, and consider supporting my journalism, because I do journalism in Ukraine. I report on the situation of the children in there. I do interviews and I gather testimonies. So there will be no time wasting for fashion streams. There will be no fashion time. I'm the Polish streamer that gets to the point. Even though I'm doing a huge I'm getting off topic when it comes to the Chud Logic thing, but apart from that, I usually don't get off topic. Okay, I'm not that kind of Polish streamer. I'm not Vosh or Vaush, as some people call him. There will be no, don't petition to get this person that's about to be executed off the death row. You cannot do anything. I want to spare you the disappointment. Anyway, look at this shirt. Does Vosh even do them anymore? I thought he stopped after the taxes fall. The taxes, what, fashion? Yeah, he does. Of course. He talks about everything and yeah, he does.
Kinds of people that have the authority to use violence in America. States have the monopoly on the use of legitimate violence to enforce.
Yeah, the state kind of has monopoly on granting violence to institutions and people.
Their law and to protect themselves, to protect their internal order. These people are not doing that. These people's job is to capture illegal immigrants.
Yeah, he's been talking about politics. Yeah, he's been talking about. I mean, there's a lot of politics to be talking about lately, like domestically and as well as internationally. You will admit, okay? Things have been going on. The United States is basically like today Greenland, tomorrow Iran, maybe Cuba, Mexico. Just like it's just how many countries is the US planning to invade at this point? Well, let me God, I think I'm actually forgetting one. Colombia. I think it was Colombia, Cuba, Mexico, Greenland, Iran. I think, am I missing some? Is Canada actually on the books? Is Canada actually a thing that is being discussed seriously as a target? I mean, there's talk of it becoming the next state, but is that actually a thing? Is Canada actually on the menu, so to speak?
And I disagree with what they are doing in general, but leaving that aside, that does not entail that this agency in particular should have the right to put themselves into any position where they even might have to
So yeah, it's things have been happening. Let's just say. And I'm at least glad the UK would choose Denmark over America. I mean, some politicians wouldn't. There have been statements by some politicians that they actually don't know what they would choose. That is kind of like a, I don't know, situation.
charge their weapons on an American citizen in the middle of a street.
Happens.
There is no circumstance under which that flies. We aren't talking about like an American citizen who was hiding out like
I mean, what do you mean we cannot talk about a situation in which this flies? I mean, it happened and it flew. It happened apparently more than once and it flew. So I guess we can talk about a situation when it happens and it flies, since it did. As horrible as that sounds. It's buffering. We're in the buffer zone.
Hiding illegal immigrants and then stopping you at the door and drawing a weapon. That is the one case where I could see it's like, okay, I disagree with what they're doing, but also they drew a deadly weapon. Now it's one of those cases where it's like Kyle Rittenhouse. He shouldn't have been there. I blame him for being there once he's already under attack. Like, you can't tell someone to just let themselves be harmed. That's sort of where the logic breaks down. But that didn't happen here. That didn't happen here.
Yeah. It was just a person trying to drive away.
Have disorder because
I assume intimidated by the gun.
People can overrun cops and do what they want and rape everyone, etc.
The Polish person's gonna win in England.
Right?
Yeah, there would be rape abundant.
Yeah, who I guess. Just in case we needed a reminder that, by the way, these violent murdering thugs are being protected by a pedophile president.
Okay. Yes, I agree with that.
But I don't think you need.
People voted for him. That is what the American public apparently wished for. Okay, that is apparently what the American people have spoken for.
ICE agents in the same way. I don't think they need to have a monopoly on violence. I think we have people who have that monopoly on violence. We have military and we have police. And I think there's no reason.
Okay, nobody knows what monopoly on violence is. Okay, Like, I'm sorry, but how can two separate organizations have the monopoly on violence? Do people know what monopoly means? Mono, okay? Mono, not stereopoly, okay? It's monopoly. What the hell? Okay, so organizations that have the monopoly on violence are the police, then the army, then there's this. Okay, President Sandy already explained this, but it's funny, okay? Monopoly is like the board game, yes. You know, the game in which you're supposed to win out the competition and become a monopoly. Mono.
In my mind, that these people should not be able to just be investigators who can say, okay, we've looked into this place. This looks like
I agree with that.
a house where there's
I agree with that 100%.
3 Mexicans living.
Okay, that's
And
wonderful.
they're illegals and we need to take them out. But there's a risk that when we go in and we investigate further or we ask them something that it might get violent. So we're going to involve the
Titus Hernandez says monopoly on violence is when you do not pass go or do not collect 200.
local SWAT or something like that.
Like, shit, bring local police along if they go and...
Also press like on this stream, and I'm gonna talk to you about Moldova potentially rejoining Romania, because I'm sure everybody here from the President Sunday community is dying to know whether or not Moldova is going to rejoin Romania. Are you excited?
Facilitate.
Yeah, I don't see why that's absurd. It's not like they are doing these massive... In my mind, they shouldn't be doing these massive raids so often that they would need like their own special police force to do.
Well, they're doing it because they want their own special police force. That's what people need to understand. The illegal immigrants are not the point. The illegal immigrants are the excuse. What they want is they want a trained body that is not answerable to any authority but them. Because that gives them a level of power that is separate from that which comes to them from the police, that which comes to them from control over the military. They want to undermine the democracy. That is the goal. They want to dismantle systems that hold them to account. This is why I'm saying, given the current pattern of behavior, it is not a certainty that you guys have midterms. That's not a given.
I mean, we're gonna see. We're gonna see if there's gonna be midterms. Okay?
It is distinctly likely that they try to contrive a way to not do that, or to do something to fudge it. We are not in law and
Kansas anymore.
order territory anymore.
We're not in Kansas anymore.
We are in raw power and capital mode. You are in essentially the early stages of a state of anarchy. Not anarchism, anarchy, different things.
I don't know the figure off the top of my head, but there's millions of illegal immigrants in the US. And this is what I'm saying, is I think your problem is more so with Trump's excessive use of ICE and deployment of ICE.
No, not even. This is a different thing. The point
Yes, murdering citizens on the street is just excessive use of ICE. Come on, Chad Logic. Come on.
It's not the excessive use of ICE. The excessive use of ICE, but still constrained by law. As horrible and immoral as that would be, set that aside. There is still the capacity for answerability to the public. You can have a new administration come in and change the rules and change how it manages them. When you have an organization, just a spontaneous...
You should not visit Transnistria. You should definitely not visit Russia, okay? I think there was this warning against for U.S. citizens that said if you're planning to visit Russia, you should probably plan your funeral. This is very weird, but I suppose true.
Erupting Because once again, like this expansion of ICE, these people weren't here before. This sudden expansion, this sudden like building of a private army, essentially.
It's just like Putin. Putin also has his private army, so I guess, and Putin and Trump have historically a very good relationship. So maybe he learned a thing or two about managing a country. Titan Uranus official says there are in fact about 13 million unregistered immigrants in the US, most working, paying taxes, etc. I mean, if they're unregistered, then create a system that will allow them to register, right? Like if you have so many illegal immigrants that are living in the US and working and functioning within the country, then at that point just make them legal, then allow them to be legal, to be able to track them better. That's it. Socialix says, now you should prepare your windows. Never know when you need to make a grand exit. Jesus Christ. Alga Enthusiast says, Putin also has the video of Trump blowing booba. Well, allegedly.
That has absolute immunity.
Allegedly.
And by the way, there are people online going, well, do they actually legally have absolute immunity? It doesn't matter. If the administration is giving them absolute immunity, they de facto have it because nobody is going to defy them.
Yep. Oh, Titan Uranus official says there is a system that allows them to register. They go to immigration court when they are now afraid to go because they are being arrested there and deported without due process. Yeah, exactly. So there's not a system anymore, okay? There's not a system in place anymore. If you're getting nabbed for participating in the system, then there's not a system anymore.
Because they have a big fucking army now.
Yeah.
ICE is the Republicans' army. That's what that is. What you're seeing in Minnesota, what you're seeing across America, is not immigration control. It's practice.
And population control.
They are untrained. This is their training.
Gosh. That is very terrifying.
And also, Americans are hopefully also, to them, being trained to treat unmarked vehicles, black bagging civilians, as normal and legitimate.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, even if people don't treat it as legitimate, then what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do?
You're in a state of civil war, and half your country's in a state of denial.
Than ICE being armed, because if ICE were doing this less, then that would like reduce the risk of them shooting someone erroneously, because they're not going to be out there doing it as much. And also, you can use.
What the fuck is going on?
Maybe they can shoot each other. I mean,
with kick. Oh my god. Really?
Really? This technical issue should have been cut out in editing. Just saying.
My god, this freaking garbage website. Okay.
Yeah, that's why only. Okay, I'm not gonna comment on Kick. Hello, Incub. You're white.
I think we're at 356.
Monopoly on violence. I think we have people who have that, and you know,
Sure.
like things are different. This is what Styler was saying in chat. Like things are different, though. You know, so
yeah.
So different measures need to be taken. Obviously,
I'm going to turn
And,
the.
I mean, it's not realistic
quality down,
because
see if that
the
helps.
person who is running everything is the one causing problems. But you know what I mean? Like just because it stems from the fact that Trump is president or whatever, it doesn't mean that things shouldn't be changed.
I mean, I guess
For this
so.
specific
What you're saying
situation.
is essentially like ICE should. Well, but the thing is, you're saying ICE should just be investigatory, and my question, I guess, would be: like, would that not hamper some investigation if they wouldn't be able to say, you know, rapidly go on some limited quick information to go and investigate somewhere if they received a tip-off or they received information?
Thank you for the tier-free subscription, Incub. Not anymore. That's right. Not anymore. Thank you. Thank you. You're being very nice. And thanks to you, I can now be a step closer to paying bills and going to Ukraine. Thank you.
And that there was like a business and there was some sort of thing happening and there were potentially a lot of illegal immigrants on location. Like, could it be that their lack of immediacy, if they've got to liaise with local police, could mean that they miss out on opportunities to find, detain, and, you know, send back illegal immigrants?
Where are we watching Shadow Logic? We're not watching Shadow Logic. Technically speaking, we're watching President Sunday watching Shadow Logic. And that's because I've heard that Shadow Logic has had a horrible take on the ICE shooting, but apparently he has taken down the video of it, and now we have to watch it through President Sunday's eyes. And also Chad Logic got schooled by his own editor, who called in to tell him, hey, your take on the whole ICE thing is stupid, which apparently caused Chad Logic to private his video.
I mean, firstly, I don't see how it would really slow it down that much if they just needed to call up the local police and say, like, hey, there's people who are illegal here and they have weapons and we need you to come help. Like, what's the response time normally if you call the police to people who are
but I mean, how many
weapons
people
that are
there?
dangerous? Like 20 minutes
if
tops.
you know, if they're running an operation and there's, like, I don't know, potentially a significant amount of people there, maybe they have facilitated a level of staffing that allows them to handle that threat, but maybe the local police doesn't have the staff on hand or the ability.
Wait, he's going to debate Pisco on it soon. How soon? Tonight? Is that happening tonight or no? How soon is soon? Actually. Let me see. Right now? Hold on. Is that happening today? Okay, when it happens, can someone link it when it begins? Maybe we'll watch it. We will watch some of it.
Ability on hand to quickly, rapidly deploy in that situation.
You're kidding. Child Logic is still doubling down on that? Child Logic is still like, no, ICE was in the right. Wait, we'll come back, Greater Ain't. Is Child Logic still right? No. The shooting was justified.
What?
I mean, I don't know what that looks like and what the liaising would be like, and that would probably change, and you could maybe, like, facilitate that. But I mean,
this is
then they don't deploy, Chud.
This is assuming that all or most of the people that.
What's the chance you would speed up like 1.25 if I got a $25 super chat that says to speed up?
They're dealing with are these.
That should be my policy on speeding up from now on. I will speed up the video if somebody donates.
Insane cartel people running dens. It is possible, obviously, and it happens. I'm not saying it doesn't happen,
but if
don't
that's
know.
The case, they don't know if they don't know if they're cartel. They've got, they've potentially got no idea if they're armed, if they're.
Well, that's why they should be investigating.
Yeah, but an investigation isn't going to allow you to resolutely determine, determine with certainty that there's going to be weapons there or not.
Nothing determines that. What are you talking about? So just have everybody have guns pointed at them constantly because you never know.
Why not?
True, you never know.
Well, how would you investigate in a way that would determine with certainty whether or not there's weapons?
If you join ICE and you decide to make it your job, if you decide to make money chasing down innocent people who have done nothing wrong, because by the way, a lot of the people ICE has been arresting are not just not criminals, although the vast majority of them are not criminals, because just to be clear, by the way, guys, that ain't the classification for being an illegal immigrant. Just by the way. But leaving that aside, the vast majority, I don't know what the actual percentages are. A lot of the people they've been grabbing aren't just not criminals. They're also not in the country illegally.
Yeah. I know. I've noticed. I've noticed that ICE has been just harassing people randomly on the street.
There was
But I've said my editor has been harassed by ICE.
a news article I was reading this morning. They picked up like a handful of like Sioux natives that were just camping under a bridge. They were just homeless. They were homeless and brown.
Yeah.
Like they're Sioux natives, so who even knows?
Like anybody that's just not white, I guess gets nabbed on the street and it's like, hey, are you a citizen? And if they cannot show ID on the spot, then you're just gonna get nabbed. Yeah, Native Americans as well. Yeah, anybody who's not white, in other words.
If they were brown, they didn't look European,
which is ironic.
Because they're not doing any investigating. They're just looking for people who don't look white.
Yeah, I literally, my editor was approached by ICE on the street, and they were like, "Are you a citizen? Can you provide proof that you are?" And it's just at that point, if he didn't have his ID on him, then like, what happens then? He's like, "Oh, I left my ID at home." And then what? Did just ICE nabs him on the street, on the spot?
There. Okay, so if you stake out a building and you see like there's maybe 6 people here, maybe 10 people.
Okay, that's wonderful.
They are clearly running drugs out of this building.
If I get a mild tan in the summer, I am in danger of getting picked up by ICE.
I think you can.
Well, you're not in the US, so you're not in danger of getting picked up by ICE. Okay. Let's not rush things, President Sunday. Canada is not yet a state of the United States. Okay. I think the United States still has to go through Mexico, Cuba, Colombia, Iran, Greenland, and other places before it sets its eyes on Canada.
See safely that there will probably be weapons.
That has been known to happen. Sometimes I do go outside.
Involved.
Enforcement, and now we're getting the pound of
Okay,
with ICE.
but someone could have a concealed pistol in their belt. How would you determine that?
How would you determine if someone doesn't have a nuclear weapon inside their basement? You don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know. Maybe invade Iraq.
Like in a building. Let's say.
Why do you think the US will invade the UK as well?
A Mexican restaurant, okay.
That ain't happening. The UK has nukes.
And you know, there's like 100 people there, say, right? And you know, they're having a meeting. They're in a monthly meeting, and you get a tip off, right? You could go there and think, well, it's a Mexican restaurant. No one's going to be armed. But we're dealing with America here, and what's to stop someone having a concealed pistol in their belt, and then they pull it out and slime some ICE agent? I think that rather than liaise with police,
I think that would be very educational.
the ICE officers can be armed
Oh my
and trained in a
God,
way that
President
hopefully
Sunday.
reduces the risk of them blasting a citizen, and then they've got at least the capability of handling.
Why is there even a risk of them blasting a citizen? Why is this even something more entertaining as a possibility? These are border control agents. Their job is to make sure that people are not in the country illegally. That is all.
Oh yeah, I know. I know that Trump has said that help is on the way. I am still planning to talk about that as well. I am also, hello Vezon. I am planning to talk about Iran and how Trump says that he's gonna support the protests, that he's gonna move in, although a full-on regime change is unlikely when it comes to Iran. And apparently the protests are losing steam somewhat.
Why is this even why is this even like on the table that there might be a situation where they just flat out smoke an American citizen?
I have no clue because the Trump administration wants to make America great again by murdering America's citizen.
Presumably their legitimacy comes from protecting American citizens' rights, right? That's the reason why you control borders. Ostensibly, we all know it's not, but that's the logic. So running with that, if their legitimacy is based on protecting American interests, why are they allowed to kill American citizens? America is supposed to be its citizens.
No, Trump is America, actually. Donald Trump is America.
Presents itself to them in instances when they might not otherwise be expecting it. I guess is my.
Okay. So just to take a step back really quick, I just don't really see the big deal to be honest with you. Like, you're explaining to me this situation where there's a Mexican restaurant that someone is running, and then the ICE wants to come in and remove them because they're an illegal. But then the person shoots them, and I'm just to myself thinking, I guess I don't really care, to be honest, if there's a Mexican guy running a restaurant and he's not doing anything crazy, and there's like
so the problem
no
is,
signs that he's a criminal other than that he's illegal.
So the problem is not.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah. Maybe he should be allowed. You know, if there's an undocumented immigrant that has a successful restaurant, then you know, I feel like they should be getting a pathway to legal citizenship. Yeah, he is. He is.
They shouldn't be deported.
Okay, but it's the okay. So you
I'm
don't
just saying that.
Right, go on. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
No, go. I'm just saying that I don't see.
I still find it very amusing that Chad Logic got schooled by his editor on the topic, because he cannot be trusted to say the intelligent thing. So his editor has to swoop in and say, "Hey, Chad Logic, remember that I made you. Remember that I made your career. Now listen to what I have to say about this, because what you're saying is very stupid."
Why it's like you're acting like it's just this crazy thing that he needs to be deported ASAP. It's just like, I don't see why you can't just do a little bit more investigation, see, maybe get a cop to come with you if you're really that worried about it.
Well, okay, but then what it sounds like is you don't care if someone is in the country illegally, as long as you don't think there's a high chance of them breaking the law.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. I mean, no, I don't actually.
Why would you care? Actually, just to be clear, a lot of businesses rely on that, actually.
Yeah, that's true. Why would you care? And ironically, why would you care? Like, growing up, my best friends are Vietnamese. Okay, so growing up, I've been a lot around the Vietnamese community. So, and there's been a lot of cases where a lot of Vietnamese people were undocumented, and they were working perfectly well. They were paying their due to the country perfectly well. They just had, like, at some point it was so difficult to get into Poland by people outside of the EU that it was basically just as difficult. No, it was more difficult to get into Poland legally than to get into the United States legally for citizens of Vietnam. And so people would get to Poland illegally to work and send money to Vietnam. And I don't know, it's crazy, this stance of, if you don't have perfect documentation in order, then you should be absolutely deported and thrown out. I just don't get the logic. It's difficult for me to. Enthusiast says, because Chad is a fascist, I guess, genuinely. I mean, he's something else.
A lot of businesses that Americans rely on that, actually. That's the whole meme about you know what Americans who are struggling to find work don't tend to do? They don't tend to go pick fruit.
Enough for someone to come and question them and send them home if they are here illegally.
No, listen, I'm not saying that there's no place for
Just one
ICE at all, or for
just one in the entire apartment. I have just 1 2-liter Coke. Okay.
for people, for immigration agents of any kind. I'm not saying that anyone should just.
And there obviously are, by the way, because there are, for example, human traffickers. there is for example like drug smuggling. There are reasons to have people could like filtering at the border. That's not
Dr. Jones says Chad is just a reactionary who's decided to try to pull a more conservative audience. Yeah, that's true. I mean, he succeeded. As a progressive, he used to be extremely small. He used to be an extremely small content creator. But once he pivoted to the right, once he started giving those takes, ooh, suddenly now, especially once he pivoted to drama, now he has like 600 viewers on average live or something like that. Dr. Jones switches.
garbage by itself. Even under a socialist government that welcomes everybody, there are reasons to have these checkpoints in place. That is a world away from going, oh yeah, we should also expand this agency to include a bunch of flunkies from the military and losers out of high school, give them firearms and tell them to go be heroes in suburban neighborhoods.
Wait, hold on. You don't even have to finish high school to be an ICE? Is President Sunday just saying that, or is that an actual thing? Can you be an ICE without finishing high school? Kuitekos says, had an argument with my homie about the nature-nurture dichotomy not being real. He just basically kept saying, "Nuh-uh, university told me so." Okay. What was his attitude towards Destiny again? What, Chud Logics? He basically just said, I'm going independent. He was just like, yeah, I'm going independent of Destiny. I mean, to be fair, Chud Logic, I think, decoupled himself from Destiny long before the short stack gobbling thing.
Be able to come in and be an immigrant. I just don't think that it's as big of a deal as
invasive plant and animal species.
What do you mean nature versus Greater Rain says, what do you mean nature versus nurture isn't real? What does that even mean? Good question. Good question. You will have to ask the friend of one of the viewers on YouTube.
There you go. I don't want any giant centipedes in my country personally.
You're making it out to be.
Well, no, hang on, dude. It's not about me making it a big deal. You're saying we should disarm ICE, and I'm trying to think of examples.
Sadly,
why if ICE?
You know what? Disarming ICE, that's pretty far. Okay, like I'm gonna take it step by step. Okay, because we cannot rush into these things. How about, maybe it sounds crazy, how about we start by holding ICE accountable for shooting U.S. citizens? Okay? How about that? Okay? I think you're confusing Destiny with Vosh. Oh yeah, I am. I mean, they all look the same to me. They're all white guys. Sorry, I think he decoupled himself from Destiny before the whole chatting with a minor thing. There you go. I corrected myself. Just gotta pass a piss test to be an ICE. Wait, what? Also, nature versus nurture does not mean actual literal nature versus nurture, okay? It does not mean that nature is fighting versus nurture, okay? Nature versus nurture is a thing, okay? I'm gonna protect nature versus nurture. Nature versus nurture basically just means how much of what we are is nature versus how much what we are is nurture, okay? It assumes that both things are a factor. It just questions to what degree, okay? And in that sense, of course it exists, okay? Of course it's a thing. There you go. Thank you. I mean, it depends on how you define nature. Okay, it depends on how you define nature, on what you define nature to be. Okay, if you define it in a certain way, you can say that it exists. But if you define it in a certain way, you can say that it's not even a thing at all. Organisms don't have a nature, but it's nature does not mean that organisms have a nature. Nature means your surroundings, basically. Okay. Or I don't know, your predispositions. Yeah, my homie was basically saying genes decide behaviors because scientific consensus says so, and there's no, that would be the nurture part. I mean, a nurture would be the active sort of, like the active part, you know, that affects you directly. Nature is your genetic predispositions. I mean, but in that case, I agree with Estelle. There is no such thing as. But in that case, I agree with Estelle. There's no such thing as nature versus nurture because your genetic predispositions get triggered and affected by your surroundings. Right? There's no absolute genetic predisposition. Like all those things are affected by your surroundings. So I guess I agree with Estelle then. There is no such thing as nature versus nurture. You know? Because there's no ultimate code that says, oh, your genes say you have to be this way or that way. Like those things are affected by your surrounding. So yeah.
Enforcing immigration law, they might need to be
Came to that resolution a lot quicker than my buddy.
armed because of risk of lethal violence towards them.
You know, they'd have less of a risk of lethal violence towards them if they weren't approaching people in black bag.
Greater range. I feel like it depends on what you're even talking about in relation to nature versus nurture. Like, I don't think there is a lifestyle that induces schizophrenia so much as certain people have a family history of it. I mean, nurture is not about lifestyle necessarily as well. There are things that in your environment that can trigger having schizophrenia.
Them in the streets. If they were just investigating, they would investigate and then they walk away. In fact, if their job is to find illegal immigrants, it seems like they would actually be better served by being as inconspicuous as possible and not being a show of force for the Republican regime by showing up in round, big...
Now we're being like, now we've taken a whole turn, okay? We're supposed to be talking about ICE executing civilians, and now we're talking about nurture versus nurture. Nature versus nurture. Not being a thing.
Scary numbers of 2,000 units into the middle of a city where they just pick up random people off the street based on the color of their skin.
His table jerk in his spot.
Here's what I think.
I can definitely understand where Estelle is coming from in this. And we skipped a whole debate, okay? Usually we would angry debate about it for an hour and then we'd come to a conclusion, and then this time we've skipped this step.
Okay. I don't understand why they can't just do the investigation and then hand it off to the police with jurisdiction in the area. So let's say you find that this guy is illegal. This Mexican who's running the restaurant is illegal. They don't even have to send anyone. They can just phone up the local police, show them the evidence that they have of that, and then have them ship the guy off.
Because immigration laws are federal laws, are they not? Like, it's a federal law, and you need a federal department to enforce that law.
Okay, so
rather than a local department.
I mean, the enforcement is in the legislation. It'll say.
Hang on. You don't need to wait. Does he think that because it's a federal law, they need to send special agents from the Capitol or something to go pick them up? Like what? What does this have to do with anything?
Okay, this ICE agent has the authority to ask a police officer to take this guy into custody.
This is like Attack on Titan. This is the domain of the inner police.
Right. I don't know why anyone is shocked. I clearly demonstrated a lack of judgment of morality. I feel like people are just now caring just because she's white. I mean, people also care about because a citizen was murdered, but like, it's just getting worse.
Or something. What are they called?
By your logic, then we should just hand it off to local police.
Yeah, that's what they're for. You have local police, so you don't have to rely on a single agency that doesn't have ties to the ground. By the way, oh my God, man, really?
But then,
yeah, that's what I've been saying since I called.
Okay, but then
Chad, what planet are you on?
Have to set up a department.
I have no clue what planet Chad Logic is on.
Specifically, that deals with exactly that, because that's what ICE do. They enforce the federal immigration law. So you'd have to set up a localized police department that would do that, I guess.
Why?
Well, because you'd need specialist officers to enforce federal law.
What? Specialist? What the fuck? What? What is this?
To investigate and look into.
Hang on. I'm sorry. Does he think?
What the fuck, Chad Logic? Oh my God.
Does he? Oh my God. Does he think like the FBI are just like sitting under the White House in cryotubes, ready to be summoned when the president wants federal law enforced, and until then they're just nowhere? There are local offices of the FBI everywhere.
I don't know. In Poland, when there are undocumented immigrants that are nabbed, they're nabbed by the regular police, by the way. Cryo chamber. Oh God. Chad Logic. What a funny guy. I'm gonna like this video.
Because you need them to specifically to go and investigate and look into.
We need the super secret police. Yeah, I know. What is the logic? What is the nothing that Chad Logic says makes any sense logically? Okay, it just makes like does he put any thought behind anything that he says at all?
But locally.
Why? Wait, why?
Well, because they would need to have.
I do because I say so.
Deal with investigating and researching.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, why?
What do you mean? I don't. I can't. I don't.
We
know. How I
know.
can go a level deeper.
I think we all.
What the fuck? What you mean? Why? What you because it says so? Kind. I just.
Oh, you can't go a level deeper, Chud. You're showcasing that at least very well.
It does because at the moment local police do that, so they need to facilitate a department that would facilitate that.
I don't see why they can't just do the investigation themselves and then ask a police officer.
Because they don't do. Okay, sorry. So you're saying I should do the investigation and hand it off to police?
That's what I just said.
Sure, but
I've been saying I should do the investigation, and then if they need to ask the guy, look, because the guy is not just going to shoot someone who came and ask him a couple questions or something like that. He's going to shoot someone if he thinks that his livelihood is in danger, right? And they're going to take him off. they're saying, hey, you need to come with us. We're going to deport you. And he's saying, no, my whole life is here. Bang, bang, bang. That's what you have the police come to do. But the ICE people can investigate. They can watch the guy.
God.
They can ask him about his papers or whatever. If he doesn't want to give, then they can go get a cop and they can come back.
And then the guy's either escaped. I mean, what if the guy escapes?
Boo-hoo. They go find him again. They're investigators.
Okay.
Where's he going to go?
Well, I don't know. To another state, maybe? Or, who knows? I don't know.
He's going to
They
leave.
do a multitude of things.
He's going to leave his restaurant. He's going to, I guess, take all his money out in cash only. So he can't be traced in any way. And he's going to go to another state and set up a new life.
Right, okay. So it just sounds like you just don't really care that much about enforcing immigration law, really. You're just kind of like ambivalent about it.
He's ambivalent about it, at least to the extent. I don't think DK is exactly a lefty, Chud. I think you and I have a history going back where I don't think that DK is particularly concerned with pearl clutching about enforcing immigration law. I think DK is making a very reasonable case that you don't need thousands of armed thugs wandering around picking fights with people in the street and finding excuses to brutalize
Kill them, yeah.
Oh my god.
Shuttle Logic has just lost the plot on this one, I think. I believe.
What's that channel that Pisco and Pondering Politics are co-hosting now? What is that called? My brain. I'm looking for someone to raid when I finish. Someone let me know who that is. I'm gonna raid them because we're all on the same side right now.
And so it's not about
Do you care that much about it?
I'm on the safe side. I've been raided today, so I'm happy. Thank you. Thank you, President
I care
Sunday.
somewhat about it, but it's not really. But it's not really relevant.
No, you don't. I know you don't.
But wait a second. That's not really relevant to the question of whether or not I should
Live
be
and
armed.
learn. That's it.
My personal view on whether or not you should be concerned about enforcing immigration law doesn't really speak to whether a department set up to deal with it should be armed or not.
They're not live though.
Things. Because but the thing is, I do have some concern about immigration, and I think immigration should be enforced. And I think that if someone is here illegally, there is a risk or a threat broadly, because we don't know who they are.
Who's live right now who doesn't suck? Help me out.
I'm always live.
Tracking them in any meaningful way. So it's probably best to get a grip of them, find out who they are, give them a pathway to say asylum if necessary, and if they're here illegally and that's not appropriate, then they should leave.
Well, yeah,
I don't care
asylum.
about it I'm thinking about it every fucking day, but I think there should be an enforcement of immigration law, because if you don't enforce it, then you're going to be seen as a soft touch.
If someone doesn't find me a good progressive live streamer who's live for me to raid into after this, I swear to God, I'm going to raid into Destiny. Find me one.
Stop.
Okay,
stop.
Democracy of the Dead? That sounds.
Did I say
ominous.
that there should be no enforcement of immigration law? No, I didn't. I didn't say that.
They're not live,
Sure,
whoever they
I'll
are.
answer for you. No, I did not. I did not say that.
But you're saying, do you care about it? And I'm like, yeah. And it's like, no, you don't. It's like, well, I do, because there's reasons you need to enforce it.
Okay.
Titan, every single channel you recommend me has no viewers and they're playing video games.
You asked me if. Okay.
I'll go live. Good.
I'm saying,
finally.
If someone happens to get away every now and then, do I really care about immigration to the point where I think
The aliens are I don't get it. Just just get a simplified path to legal stay. That it doesn't have to be immediate citizenship. It can be a temporary card, okay, that you can renew. And from a temporary card, how usually this works, you go to a permanent card, and from a permanent card you go to citizenship. That is how that basically works in Poland. Temporary card, permanent card, citizenship. So Lucy, you weren't live at the end of this, or you were streaming Suika then?
that it's a big deal if this happens, and this should never happen. There's nothing we need to make sure everything that we can do that this doesn't happen. No, I don't care that much.
There's only Dickers. Sorry, Dickers.
if some guy,
Yes.
some Mexican who was running
Raid Hassan?
a restaurant,
That's not a bad idea.
gets questioned and then runs away and has to totally reset his entire life and start from scratch again somewhere else.
But I can't.
I really don't care that much. I mean, I'm sure they'll find him again, whatever, and they should, whatever. But do I care that much? No, I really don't.
Okay, but
I know that you also
Alec Gunter? Yeah, no, I'm
don't care
I'm
that
good.
much about it.
Okay,
Wow,
but the
President
issue
Sunday is
Like I
not
said,
like
we're on the
Alec
same side. I didn't
Gunter.
say standards to drop that far.
is if you have a soft touch when it comes to this stuff, okay, like for example, if it's known that the department that enforces
But you know what?
immigration law
You
is
know
a
what?
soft touch.
You know what?
and-
Hey Brooks, take a. Is he going live? Take a break. It's okay. I can do Alex Gunter. That'd be fun.
They're not armed, and you
He
could
sucks,
escape
but
from
maybe
them,
we'll make him better.
right?
Yeah.
That's
Okay, what's
gonna
wrong with
incentivize more people to
what's wrong with Alec Gunter?
go live.
legally, because they're going to think, well, if I do get caught, I've heard that they're not armed anymore, and I can get away, and if, as long as I'm intelligent and smart about it, I can go and set up a new life. So I think some of this stuff would only incentivize more illegal immigration as people come to understand that you're a soft touch in terms of enforcing the law.
If ICE doesn't have guns and cannot kill people on the street, then that will incentivize more illegal immigration somehow, okay? Because people from other countries will just catch wind. Hey guys, ICE in the US doesn't have guns, so let's go there now. Even we were not really planning to go to the US and be undocumented, but now that we know that ICE is not carrying guns, it incentivizes me to go to the US. It's just, what? It makes no sense, of course.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's true.
No.
I just don't care that
there we
much, to
go.
be honest.
Okay.
But no, yeah, I mean, you're right about that.
No, sure.
Certainly.
Okay. I mean, it just sounds to me
I
like
told
it's
you
not
I'm not
about...
here to debate like
No,
all
it's
the,
fine. It's fine. We don't have to debate.
minutia of it. It was just
Oh,
the one
God.
absurd.
No, but the thing is, I think,
Examples
to
to
me, what's happening is you're seeing brutality from ICE, and you're thinking, take their guns away.
Yeah.
And my perspective is...
In fact, take their jobs away too. In fact, you know...
True.
Then send them to Ukraine. They can do some good there.
Well, they probably do need firearms in America because of how prevalent firearms are, and there's such a
They'll make friends.
risk that any law enforcement officer will encounter someone with a firearm. So maybe change the way that you deploy ICE and the tactics and strategy, so they're maybe not as aggressive but still effective. That would probably be a better solution. I would have thought.
I'm not sure what President Sunday meant by that. Like, friends of whom?
I was saying this to Silo in chat already earlier that this we did
Friends with who? The Russians? Well, I hope they try.
the whole they need better
There you
training
go.
thing already. Yeah.
Someone asked, I got my reply, okay? Someone asked in my stead. And my name.
You know, obviously it didn't work. It just doesn't work.
But I mean, you know, the reality is Trump is president. He's got a very aggressive immigration policy, or at least ostensibly publicly does.
Not really. No, not really. It's on the surface an aggressive immigration policy, but Obama had an aggressive immigration policy. What he has is an immigration policy that he's using as a cover for creating a paramilitary force.
Yep.
That is not answerable to the general public, so that he can intimidate local governors and local leaders, and the opposing party and activists and protesters. That is all this is.
And execute them if necessary. That is a pretty important caveat.
It is Trump's personal Azov battalion. That's its function.
So
No, what the fuck? What? Okay, I don't think President Sunday knows what the Azov battalion is. Okay? The Azov battalion is not Ukraine's, is not Zelensky's private paramilitary army. Okay, that was a very missed... What?
It is Trump's personal Azov battalion.
Oh my God. No, it's not. ICE is not Trump's personal Azov battalion. I shake my head.
That's its function.
So,
What does President Sunday think that the Azov battalion's function is? No, they've been folded into the Ukrainian military. They're not just a paramilitary organization. It's not 2014 anymore. Like, we don't live in 2014 anymore.
I mean, unless you want to go down a different route, it's probably going to have to be, we'll wait till the election. And
They've been folded into the military for some time now. In fact, Dylan Burns just did an interview with one of them, with the international branch of them yesterday. So no, ICE is not just Trump's private Azov battalion. That's... No.
Them out, and then a Democrat administration would likely bring ICE back to a kind of, less aggressive, less deployed force.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's the only thing that you can do. I mean, if we're being realistic about it, I think that.
All right, I'm going to fast forward a little bit. This is lethargic as hell. I'm sorry.
To the wishes of the local populace.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not how that.
If you want to call that fascism,
your rapes.
Why does UK have the same voice as
Pretty much. Well, I'm just saying that like there is nothing that obviously realistically there is nothing that you can do because
you're British.
I mean, I know it's going to sound gay because of how people overuse the word for years, but like they are like a fascist arm of the government. It's like very obvious with the.
Yeah.
I cannot believe that TK is schooling Chud Logic on this. And he's right. He's correct.
That we have right now. I mean, it's pretty obvious that you can't disagree with that, surely.
I mean, fascist is a very strong word.
Oh my god. Of course. What a coward.
It is a very strong word because it applies under those situations where you have a government that is deploying a paramilitary force to override the law and the rights of citizens.
I hate that he said that is his private Azov battalion.
Is it?
Well, no, broadly.
We should debate Sunday on the Azov battalion. I should actually. I actually should.
It is because it's been overused so much and in such a gay way.
When are you under a fascist government then, Chud? Like what's left at this point? Does it need to happen 100 more times? If it happens 100 more times, are we there yet?
But I mean, you know me, and you know that I wouldn't use that word. Like
statistically speaking, you're still more likely to die in a car wreck. 100 more times? Are we there?
Lefty would use it. Like Tommy C would use it.
I think that what I see is, rather than use a specific term, I see Trump increasing the aggression of ICE, and they are going into these towns like a paramilitary force.
Yeah.
They look like a militaristic force going in.
Yeah.
Enforcing federal will.
Federal will, not federal law.
Federal will? What the fuck, Chud Logic? Come on. Federal will. Oh.
Federal will. That's like
in an aggressive way.
How very German of you.
Federal will.
Conflict with the wishes of the local populace.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Okay.
They're not fascists. They're just going in. They're just sending a paramilitary force into
to enforce federal will
neighborhoods to enforce the will of the Fuhrer. That's all.
Okay.
If you want to call that fascism, so be it. That's the way that I see it.
Well,
yeah, ISIS.
If annexing the Sudetenland makes me a fascist, then gosh darn it, I guess I'm a fascist.
From what I've seen about this.
Okay. I mean, I understand why you wouldn't. I mean, judging based on the chat's reaction to me saying it, which obviously I expected, I can see why you wouldn't want to use the word.
I
Just
see. So
obviously.
you're saying I'm placating the right wing audience as a former? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not.
I would have used the word filleting personally.
No. I'm not saying you're placating them. I'm saying that you don't want to be called gay like me.
Well, no,
for
that would be
using
to
that
me would
word.
be placating them. I'm not using a word so I don't upset them.
Then yes.
Okay. fair
Yes.
enough.
I mean, obviously you are.
Okay. There we go. I mean, I think that I probably am sensitive around the F word, okay? Because
What? How did we?
I
How did we get here?
it's such a politically loaded term, and I think you can describe what's happening, and that gets the point across without using a word that people instantly switch their brain off to.
All right. Speaking of switching our brains off, I'm going to raid into Chud. I'm not going to raid into Chud. I'm going to raid.
Well, that was a slip.
I'm going to raid into Brooks. Have a good night, everyone. Take it easy. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
I'm gonna raid into Chud Logic, huh? Brilliant. Oh, that was great. Chud Logic has a grip on things. I can see it. I can see that Chud Logic truly has a firm grip on the ice shooting situation and knows what's up, knows what he's talking about. I would say that I'm disappointed in Chud Logic, but there's just nothing to be disappointed with. Okay, Chud Logic has been pretty bad for a pretty long time. We did a little bit of a check on Chud Logic, and now, okay, and now we're gonna be talking about how, okay, you've been waiting for this all day. Moldova could reunite with Romania. You know where Moldova is on the map, right? Right. I don't know. I don't want to do this under whole thing with the hypers in chat, but I don't know. Right. I don't know. Right. Cool. Or something in the chat if you know where Moldova is on the map of Europe. Do you know where Moldova is? Do you know where Romania is? Do you know where those countries are situated on the map? Have you heard of Moldova? Have you heard of Transnistria? Are you prepared? You're from President Sunday. Okay, of course, all of you know. Of course, all of you know these things. Okay. So it looks like, because everybody's been saying that next after Ukraine, Moldova is actually the biggest, one of the most likely targets for Russian aggression after Ukraine. And faced with this imminent aggression, faced to this imminent threat to its sovereignty, it seems like the response from Moldova is to potentially reconsider reunifying with Romania. Because as you may or may not know, historically speaking, Moldova and Romania used to be a single entity after World War I, and they were split. That was part of the Ribbentrop-Molotov thing, where they split the Europe between Nazi Germany and the USSR, split Europe between themselves, and via the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, part of Romania went to the USSR. When the USSR fell, that part of the USSR gained its own independence and became Moldova. And then Transnistria was carved out of Moldova, but that's a whole different topic. The topic for today is that apparently Moldova is very seriously worried about the Russian threat and is considering arranging a redrawing of the border. Faced with a revanchist Russia, could vulnerable Moldova reunite with Romania? It is not every day a country's president said she would vote for her homeland to disappear from the map, but that is what Maya Sandu said. That is what Maya Sandu did. In an interview for the Rest is Politics, a British podcast broadcast this week, the Moldovan president said that if a referendum was held on unification with Romania, she would vote yes. Look at what is happening around Moldova today. Look at what's happening in the world, she said as a way of explanation. It is getting more and more difficult for a small country like Moldova to survive as a democracy, as a sovereign country, and of course resist Russia. Which I can understand this sentiment to a degree. It would be, I think, a shame if a whole country would disappear from the map, but I kind of, I don't know, I kind of feel better Romania than Russia, but ideally the European Union would support Moldova against Russia, but as it stands, that's not exactly what would happen. But what are the chances of Moldova calling time on its independence and merging with Romania? Well, that is a good question. We're going to explore it right now. I don't think it will actually happen, but I feel that it is very interesting that the discussion around this subject is being had at all. I think it's interesting that the president of Moldova would actually even entertain the idea and say, I would actually vote yes. I think that the discussion being had is an interesting indicator in itself of how seriously Moldova is treating Russia as a threat. But what are the chances? Few would disagree with Sandu that the tumult in regional and international affairs unleashed by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and now the Trump presidency makes a case for Moldova finding security and stability through unification. A country of around 3 million people sandwiched between Romania and Ukraine, Moldova's geopolitical position puts it on the front line between a revanchist Russia and a West desperately trying to shore up its eastern defenses. The position, while also being one of Europe's poorest states, makes Moldova vulnerable to all kinds of nefarious machinations launched by Moscow, ranging from election interference to the threat of military action. And of course, there's the topic of Transnistria, the carved out portion from Moldova that is controlled by Moscow. The fact that Moldova hosts around 1,500 troops there to monitor a peace agreement between Moldova and Transnistria, an unrecognized and pro-Moscow breakaway republic occupying a sliver of Moldovan land, intensifies the sense of vulnerability. History speaks. This is the part where it explains, the article will explain how Moldova and Romania used to be a single country, which I find quite interesting. I don't like people giving up their sovereignty for an illusion of safety. I don't like that either, but sometimes difficult things have to be done. For example, Lithuania and the Kingdom of Poland created the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth because of outside threats as well. Like that is what brought the Great Duchy of Lithuania and the Kingdom of Poland together. This unification in the face of a bigger external threat that threatened both parties. There is also a cultural and historical case for unification. According to the 2024 census, 80% of Moldovans speak Romanian or Moldovan, identical to Romanian, as their mother tongue, a figure emphasizing the strong linguistic and cultural bond between the two countries. And then there is the long history the two countries share. The Principality of Moldavia once ruled over much of what is now modern Romania and Moldova for centuries. The two countries were also once one. Following the collapse of the Russian Empire in 1917, Moscow's former imperial region of Bessarabia, which then pretty much occupied the space of the map now taken by Moldova, became part of Romania. The two remained one until, under the infamous secret protocol of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, Romania was forced to cede Bessarabia to Moscow in 1940. Moldova remained under Moscow's control until the collapse of the Soviet Empire in 1991, when it gained its independence. So that is a brief history of how Moldova came to be its own little thing. No political will. But despite its newfound sovereignty, the possibility of reunification with Romania never went away. The prospect of unity was and still is some in Moldova, a temptation that could help alleviate the significant economic and geopolitical challenges the country has had to face over the decades. However, calls for unification have failed to penetrate the political mainstream and win widespread public support. So, I don't know, that should be it. If the people don't want it, then it should not happen. That is my opinion. You know, self-determination and all that. If the people themselves don't want it, then it should not happen. An iData poll from September last year found that 61% of Moldovans opposed unification with Romania, while 31% were in favor. So that should be it. That should be it. So far, public opinion has not favored reunification, although the numbers of people declaring themselves to be Romanian or Romanian speakers are increasing with every census. Vlad Lupan, a former Moldovan ambassador to the United Nations and now an adjunct professor of politics at New York University, told TVP World. If the government wants this unification, then it would need a very strong public campaign to advocate it. But so far this has not happened, he continued. Yeah, I stand by what I said. As long as the public does not want that to happen, it should just not happen. Sandu herself in the podcast interview concedes the majority of the Moldovan people still reject unification and consider EU integration a more realistic objective. It is the prospect of membership of bodies such as the EU and NATO that for the time being at least will promptly smother greater calls for unification. That the problem is that NATO, we'll see what will happen with Greenland. Okay, if Greenland gets attacked by the United States, then NATO just becomes an empty concept. NATO becomes a completely worthless concept if the United States moves against Greenland. NATO membership would provide Moldova with the security it needs to ward off Russia. I don't know about that, actually. I don't know about that increasingly. But if the prospect of joining the two blocs, especially the EU, should dissipate, then the calls for unification might grow louder. Although Moldova is now in accession negotiations with the EU, key stumbling blocks to membership remain, most notably the Transnistria problem. It is hard to see Brussels attempt accepting Moldova into its club when Transnistria remains a frozen conflict in a Transnistria remains a frozen conflict. And Russian troops still stands on its territory. So while unification with Romania still remains a dream of the minority in Moldova, problems with EU accession or a dangerous shift in geopolitical circumstances, such as Russian victory over Ukraine, could put the wind in the unification sails. it is interesting that this article actually discusses a possibility of Russia winning in Ukraine. I see. It takes two to tango. Unification also requires the support of Romanians. The prospect of a union has in the past been raised as possibility in Romania back in 2013. Traian Basescu, Romanian then president, said in a television interview that now Romania was a member of NATO and the European Union, Bucharest's next major political project should be unification with Moldova. You know? But nothing came of this proposal, mainly because of the economic price Romania might have to pay to absorb its poorer neighbor. It's basically like the reunification of Eastern and Western Germany, which Western Germany kind of a lot of Germans regretted because the West has to heavily invest into the East to make it. There was a lot of differences. Still, there are a lot of differences between the West and the East in Germany. The question of unification remains a divisive one because, with the exception of nationalistic circles, which are still a minority, the general opinion is that unification would not only be a politically problematic process, but also a difficult one from an economic point of view. Radu Albu Comanescu, a lecturer at the Faculty of European Studies of the Babes Polia University in Cluj-Napoca, Romania, told TVP World, "Overall, I could describe the Romanian position as a feeling of high prudence, mild interests, but unwillingness to assume the political and economic consequences of the unification. All this should torpedo the dreams of unification some Moldovans and some Romanians might have." So it is a discussion that is being had. It is a possibility that is being basically just floated around. But as I suspected, there is no realistic possibility of Moldova and Romania unifying. But that's not the interesting part. The interesting part is that the danger that Russia poses in the region is so great that the president of Moldova openly said, yeah, if I had the chance to make it happen, to make a referendum happen, I would personally vote yes in it, which I find illuminating. I find this to be interesting, to say the least. And as the war continues, as the threat of Russia becomes more and more apparent to everybody, as Donald Trump might actually nuke NATO, as the prospect of joining the EU becomes more and more distant, who knows if the sentiments in Moldova as well as Romania will not change on the subject of reunification. We will just have to wait and see, as always. As always, we can speculate all we want on what will happen. We can just talk all day. I think this, I think that, but at the end of the day, we will just have to wait and see how the situation unfolds. Any questions from my beautiful, beautiful viewers before we go to the next topic of interest? Any questions before we go to the next bit? Not really? Okay, then let's go to the next bit. So, as you know, they'd be wise to reunite. Yeah, but you know. Estelle says, Estelle, you're white. I'm gonna pour myself some Pepsi and we're gonna talk Greenland. We're gonna be discussing Greenland a little bit, okay? I'm excited about Greenland. Oh boy, am I excited about Greenland. So, let me drink a bit of this Pepsi. Also, my dog had to go, Fido had to go to the veterinarian. I'm gonna say it while I'm drinking Pepsi. Fido went to the vet. He had a very expensive vet visit. And the veterinarian said, thank you for the tier 1 for Estelle. And thank you for the money for Lucy. Fido went to the vet, and the veterinarian actually told me some horror stories about German Shepherds. Okay? The local veterinarian saw Fido and was like, wow, your dog is very calm. Like you're lucky that your dog is so calm, even though he's a German Shepherd, because German Shepherds can be very aggressive, actually. German Shepherds can be very aggressive at the veterinarian, and there are people that bring in their German Shepherds to the veterinarian, and they're afraid of their own dogs. There are German Shepherd owners that are afraid of their dogs. And I'm like, okay, once you're at the point that you're afraid of your own dog, something clearly is not okay. Okay? Like something really is not okay once you're afraid of your own dog. Incub says German Shepherds commit most of the dog crime. I mean, something is weird, okay? I think that people just don't know how to treat their dogs. Is there a problem in Poland with people mistreating their dogs? I have no clue what to say. The veterinarian said to me, with German Shepherds, you cannot just spoil them and hope for the best. You cannot just spoil a German Shepherd and think it's all gonna be okay and they're gonna be nice. They're gonna be aggressive and stuff. And I'm like, but I spoil Fido. That is exactly what I did with Fido. And he is as calm as he is. Like, what's happening? Like, I spoiled Fido rotten. And he is the most calm and docile dog you'll ever meet. So, is there something happening in Poland with people not being mistreating their dogs, that they're so aggressive that they're afraid of them? I cannot imagine being afraid of Fido. Like the possibility of being afraid of Fido does not enter my mind. I would never even consider being afraid of Fido. It is impossible for me to imagine being afraid of my dog. But whatever. Okay, so as you know, where is it? As you know, Trump has its sights on Greenland, okay? And the Prime Minister of Greenland has stated very openly, if we have to choose between the USA and Denmark, I think we have a video that will say it. He basically said we are choosing Denmark. We're not choosing the United States, okay? That is a statement that the leader of Greenland has very plainly, very strongly said. And the United States already is looking to go into Greenland under very flimsy pretense, saying that supposedly Russia wants to take it over, China wants to take it over. Who cares about Greenland being part of NATO? Nobody cares. In fact, Donald Trump said that he's willing to torpedo NATO in order to get into Greenland, which is very strange considering that NATO is the thing that keeps Greenland safe from China and Russia, but whatever. the reality is that he just wants the resources of Greenland. Trump has also stated that if the United States is to protect any place, it needs ownership over that place, like in real estate, because for Trump, international politics is just one big real estate game, I guess, and business. And all those flimsy excuses, nobody believes that it's about security. Nobody buys that China or Russia are about to move in on Greenland. Nobody, especially since there are already US troops in Greenland, I would remind you, as part of NATO, right? As a part of NATO, like the US has troops everywhere as a deterrent. And I'm not sure if you realize how the type of deterrence works. You don't need a huge American presence in an area in order to create a deterrent effect against a potential aggressor. If somebody attacks a country with US troops in it and attacks the US troops in it, even if it's a small amount, you're automatically at war with the US. Like now US has to commit to that place. That's why the United States has placed a strategic number of troops basically all over the place, including places like Poland. Because you attack that place, and then the United States cannot just as conveniently withdraw and say, we're not committed to help you, right? And that is a thing for Greenland already. Like there's no need for more US presence in Greenland because there's already a whole NATO structure in place there. So this whole flimsy excuse of Russia and China are just on the doorstep of Greenland and are ready to take over is just nonsensical at best, and I don't even want to say what it is at worst, but we all know what it's all about. Minerals, oil, all sorts of things that have nothing to do with Greenland being taken over any day now. So let's listen to the Prime Minister of Greenland saying what he has to say. Okay, he says that in Danish. So I'm just going to read the text. If we have to choose between the US and Denmark, here and now, we choose Denmark. We choose NATO. We choose the Kingdom of Denmark. We choose the EU, which is interestingly enough, Denmark has called upon NATO to intervene should the US move in on Greenland. So that would be a very interesting turn of events, wouldn't it? Internal NATO fighting. It would just completely wreck the whole idea of NATO. But we'll see. We will see what the United States will do. If the United States will actually decide to move in on Greenland or not. But that is not the most interesting thing about this whole thing. The interesting thing about this whole thing is that Mr. Donald Trump, Mr. Donald Trump has actually decided to comment on this, right? Donald Trump has caught wind of the Prime Minister of Greenland talking about it choosing Denmark rather than the United States, and in his wisdom and his political genius, he has decided to comment on it, basically confirming that he does not care about sovereignty of countries. He does not care about what anybody says. He definitely does not care about international law. That he has said in a recent interview, that he does not care about international law at all, and that the only limit to his actions is his own morality, which should terrify you. If the only limit to Trump's actions is his morality, you should be very, very afraid of what the future holds. Okay, let's see what he said. because, as always, as with all Trump statements, this one's very, very interesting. Trump is about to be informed that the PM of Greenland said that Greenland chooses Denmark.
On Greenland, sir, the premier of Greenland said today, we prefer to stay with Denmark.
Okay, so Prime Minister of Greenland, we prefer to stay with Denmark.
Do you see that as the final word? The premier of Greenland.
Well, that's their problem. That's their problem. I disagree with them. I don't know.
What the fuck is this? Oh, Greenland wants to stay with Denmark? Well, that's their problem. I don't care. I don't give a fuck about sovereignty. Sovereignty is such a, like, it's such an outdated concept, isn't it? Who cares? I don't. It's their problem. I disagree. Oh, you want to be independent? You want to choose your, you want to be able to decide your own fate? Well, I disagree.
Who he is?
I don't know who this prime minister is, this loser. I don't know who this loser guy is.
Don't know anything about him, but that's going to be a big problem for him.
Yeah, disobeying me, that's going to be a problem for him. Disobeying God Emperor Trump is going to be a little bit of a problem for Prime Minister of Denmark. But you know, that is what happens. That is what happens when a guy who does not care about the rule of law, any sort of international treaties, international relations, NATO, international law, when a guy that does not give a crap about any of it just gets into power and declares, oh, I want to go here now. Oh, they actually don't want to be ruled by us now? Well, that's their problem. I guess that's not my, it sounds like they're a them problem. I'm going in. We're gonna see NATO collapse, which, by the way, in the same interview that Trump has stated that he does not care about international law and the only limit to his action is his own personal morality, he also said in the same interview that he's very willing to torpedo NATO if it means that he will get Greenland. So we might see in the very near future, NATO become an obsolete concept, in which case, good luck to all of those countries that dependent on NATO security to give them safety from Russia, Poland included. We are living in interesting times. I would rather not live in as interesting times as we live in right now, but, you know, who knows what will happen. Anything can happen. And of course, now we might also see the United States decide to move on. I just don't know which is going to be the next country that the United States will enter. Because the list is very wrong. The list is very long and wrong. It's Cuba, Colombia, Mexico, Iran. 5. Am I missing something? Can anybody in the chat, like, are there any other countries that Trump wants to enter? Greenland. I forgot to name Greenland. Did I name Greenland? Cuba, Colombia, Mexico, Iran, Greenland, and what? Is there anything else? I feel like that's enough. I feel like that's a lot. We'll see. I just feel like we are living in a very depressing, very, very interesting times. And let's just hope that we all... Oh, Canada. But Canada is sort of like... Canada is not really being exposed. Like, Trump just floats around the idea of it would be nice if they were a U.S. state, but it's not being as seriously floated around as in, hey, people in Iran, help is on its way, okay? We're gonna move in and help you. It's not being discussed as seriously as Iran or as moving in on Mexico, even because of the cartels, or moving in on Greenland. It's not at that stage. Canada is not quite at that stage yet. Or Cuba is in trouble because it controls Venezuela. Like, all those countries are being kind of sort of seriously discussed when it comes to direct intervention. Canada is just kind of like, it would be nice if they would be a part of us, but no real plans or no real statements about entering Canada are being made so far. Okay. So for the time being, we can assume that Canada is still safe. Canada is still in the safe zone. So, I don't know. Canada still feels safe to me. Now that may change very soon, okay? That might change very soon, but so far, Canada seems like the safest place compared to all those other countries that I've named earlier. It is in a far safer zone, buffer zone. All right, let's move on to Iran. Are we moving on to Iran? Iran. Help is on its way, Iranian official says. 2,000 people dead. Okay, what are you interested more in? Okay, I'm gonna give you a poll. I want to see if I want to see how much of the chat is actually invested in this stream. Okay, Polish topic versus Iran, because I've got a Polish topic and Hungary. Start poll. I want to see how many people will vote, actually. I want to see how many people are actively viewing this stream. Vote. Vote as if your lives depended on it. I want to see how active the chat is. Three votes for Iran. Nobody's interested in Poland, huh? YouTube. You can vote on YouTube, chat. I care for Poland, says Inko. Why do you make the Lucy has a .g? It's not actually, it's actually, there's no such thing as Lucy has a .gg, okay? .org, thank you. Because my mod does not make the poll. Also, it's not the worst. It has beautiful emotes. Thank you, Malaki. No, it's not. Oh my gosh. Okay, you've got beautiful emotes on lucyhaza.org/live. Drawn by me. You know, I've hand-drawn these emotes. So go to this page, please, if you like me. And consider subscribing or donating. in order to support my journalism in Ukraine. Thank you. Will be an utmost help. I love the emotes, right? See, these are amazing emotes. And your chat will be seen on screen on the stream as well. Only the side chat can be visible on the stream screen. So that's another factor that should be part of your decision-making process. Exactly, Dr. Jones. Exactly. You've got all these beautiful emotes that I have made myself, painstakingly drawn. Some are even animated, okay? So that's beautiful, okay? Okay, I feel like people just want Iran. Iran cracking down on weeks of unrest sparked by dire economic conditions. And also, as apparently, there's a really big water shortage in Iran. Apparently, Iran has considered moving its capital because of the water shortage. There are 24 people in the chat right now, Dr. Jones, okay? What do you mean? You're such mean person, Dr. Jones. Yeah. How can you be like this? 25. So Iran is cracking down on weeks of unrest sparked by dire economic conditions, plus the water shortage, which I guess contributes to the dire economic conditions. About 2,000 people killed by Iranian officials says, because up to some point, the Iranian regime floated the idea of, hey, let's do some reforms, okay? Let's do some reforms, let's do some changes, it could be nice. But then the Iranian regime has decided, no, let's just crack down on the protests. Let's forget all that, talk about reforms, especially as Trump started speaking publicly about possibly moving in on Iran and helping the protesters. Especially that has incentivized the Iranian government to just crack down on the protest instead of trying to sort of kind of negotiate, sort of kind of compromise with the protesters. Incoup says the estimates are apparently closer to 20,000 dead, according to the Iranian opposition. That we cannot know. The government of Iran has turned off internet. Yes, the internet has been largely shut down in Iran. And so we just cannot confirm, basically, a lot of things cannot be confirmed. Okay? When it comes to what is happening in Iran right now, because of that internet silence that has been imposed. US President Donald Trump tells Iranians help is on its way, which everybody asks, so what's the plan exactly? What are you going to do? Are you going to do a single strike like before? Are you going to do a prolonged number of strikes? What is your plan here? You plan to do a regime change, which is highly unlikely, by the way. What's the plan? Are you planning to do Venezuela to Iran? What do you want to do? And that's a whole big unknown. Is there any logic or plan to what exactly would Trump do? How exactly would that help, quote unquote, look like by Donald Trump? Nobody knows. Everybody's very much skeptical and against it. Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has ruled since 1989. By the way, the current administration, the current system that is governing Iran has been actually installed, interestingly enough, by the United States as well. That's just a little trivia for you. Established, likely to hold, establishment likely to hold, analysts say. I think so as well. I don't think Trump is gonna swoop in and do a whole regime change in Iran. I have no clue what he hopes to achieve. I have no clue how he hopes to achieve it, but I don't think he's going to go for a full swing regime change. I mean, Israel would like it. Israel definitely floated the idea. Remember last year, Netanyahu said that, I think he said that he would be all for a regime change in Iran. Iranian authorities have accused the US and Israel of fomenting the unrest. Trump urges Iranians to keep protesting. It is now gone 2 a.m. in Iran, where the clerical establishment pressed its crackdown against the biggest demonstrations in years. And it feels like there's something different about these demonstration when in comparison to the ones before. Trump urged Iranians to keep protesting and remember the names of those abusing them. Iranian patriots, keep protesting. Take over your institutions. Help is on its way. I mean, what does that mean? Again, what does that mean? What is he actually planning to do? No one knows. Trump said in a post on Truth Social on Tuesday, without saying what that help might be. He said he had cancelled all meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stopped. Asked later what he meant by help is on its way, Trump told reporters they would have to figure that out. Oh. Okay. Like, is he like, what does help mean? Boots on the ground in Iran? A strike like what happened last year on Iran? Swooping in and kidnapping the supreme leader of Iran, like in Venezuela? What does help mean? Where is it? An Iranian official said about 2,000 people had been killed in the protests, the first time authorities have given an overall death toll from the more than 2 weeks of national unrest. US-based rights group HRNA said that the 2,003 people whose deaths it had confirmed, 1,850 were protesters. It also said 16,784 people had been detained, a sharp increase from the figure it gave on Monday. Communications restrictions, including an internet blackout, have hampered the flow of information in Iran. Yeah, it's like there are a lot of things like just we cannot know. We just cannot know them because of the fact that Iran has just blocked any sort of communication. You know? Like, it's just impossible to ascertain what is happening. The unrest sparked by dire economic conditions has posed the biggest internal challenge to Iran's rulers for at least 3 years, and has come to a time of intensifying international pressure after Israeli and US strikes last year. And I have no clue what Trump plans to do. Another strike like last year, a full-on invasion. Iran's foreign minister Abbas Arakchi said on Monday he had continued to communicate with U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, you know, the guy that completely fumbles in Ukraine. Maybe he's better on this. You know, maybe Witkoff is a better suited guy to deal with. Although I just kind of doubt it. Like, for me, Witkoff has a really bad track record when it comes to taking care of, when it comes to handling any sort of negotiation. So I don't trust the guy as far as I can throw him. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and that Tehran was studying ideas proposed by Washington. Iranian authorities have accused the US and Israel of fomenting the unrest. Britain, France, Germany, and Italy all summoned Iranian ambassadors in protest over the crackdown. Yeah, a protest. Great. Like, international law, and I will say it again, it is evidenced by Donald Trump. International law does not mean anything if there is not an international body to enforce it. Okay? If there's not a real legitimate international body that will be able to enforce international law, then it is a worthless concept. Because if a single country is strong enough to ignore it, it will just ignore it. As evidenced by Donald Trump in the United States of America. The rising number of casualties in Iran is horrifying, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen posted on X, and we will strongly condemn it. Like, there has to be a mechanism of enforcing international law. Otherwise, international law is dead as a concept. That is the reality of the situation. Again, we will see. Trump throws out vague phrases like, help, it's on its way, we're about to step in and help you. We will see if he does it. I think he probably will. I think he will just haphazardly enter Iran, make it an even bigger mess than it already is. He will definitely not help anybody. He will definitely not be any help to the Iranian people. He might try to do a regime change akin to Venezuela because Iran has a lot of oil, which is something that Trump likes. But we will have to monitor the situation. After Venezuela, who knows? Although I will say that the United States has been eyeing a lot of targets at the same time. It has been eyeing a lot of different countries at the same time. Who knows what will come first? Iran or Greenland? And there's also Cuba in the background. So we'll see. Help, it's on its way. Okay, the United States will just save all of those places and bring democracy. What happened to Trump's policy of not interfering on how countries run their affairs? I guess that got thrown out the window pretty quickly. We'll see. All right. I don't think we're going to do the Polish topic tonight. We still got some work to do after this. Well, and by some work, I mean a ton of work outside of stream. So we've streamed for about 4 hours. This has been a wonderful time. I'm so happy that we've been rated. Thank you all. And I guess I'm going to raid you to somebody now. Are you happy? Are you all happy about being potentially rated to some wonderful personality that you have never heard of before? Who do I raid you to? I guess I could rate you to Resi. How do you feel about being rated into Resi? Sounds good? Does that sound good? All right. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Good night.